What's up, guys? How's it going? Welcome in. Oshik, Nick, Woolbed. How's everybody doing? Gamers? Yeah, gamers are all gamers. So the update on Triple T? Oh, yeah, I posted that. I was just testing some multiplayer stuff, but yeah, it's coming along. We've been working on the assets and stuff a bit more. I've been doing more shaders. We will be messing with that today. A lot more for sure. I've started to sort of get like the lobby options prepared. It does work. I just need to make it so the client can't like change the options, you know, because only the server owner should be able to do that. So, but yeah, hopefully we can get that working. So, good day so far. Are you rested? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. A little tired. I didn't get like a full, 8 hours or whatever, but it's fine. Not too bad. My sleep schedule has been more unstable recently. It was good for a while where I was going to bed and getting up at like 10 a.m. But it always collapses. It's just always a matter of time. So, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's always like I get like a good like week or two where it's kind of normal, and then it just spirals. And it's not even like I do anything or like I'm trying for it to fail. It just happens. It's like my brain is just like, hey buddy, we're done with this whole thing now. I can't like do anything to stop it. I don't know. But yeah, it is what it is. Got up at 3 a.m. for a while there. Missed that, yeah. Oh, man. It's kind of nice getting up early, honestly, but it's just it's so hard to keep doing it. I don't know. Yeah, it's tricky. I think it takes a lot of willpower because you have to, like, decide at night, like, okay, stop what I'm doing and go to bed, It's hard. Oh yeah, news, I got the Steam controller. Finally. It took so long. It took like, I purchased it in like February or something, like a long time ago. And now it's finally been shipped, so yeah, it's crazy. But still better than not getting one. I mean, this is the thing. I wish like graphics card producers and stuff would do this, manufacturers, because I don't mind waiting if it means that I'll get it eventually. It's fine. I wish like I could purchase a 5090 for $2,000 and then a year later it gets here. That's fine. As long as I could just get one. Eventually. But no. Instead what their thing is just free for all, get it if you get it, otherwise you don't, and it costs $5,000 now. It's really stupid. I wish more people would do the things Valve does. Valve just knows what's up, Like, whenever there's some kind of, like, problem, they create a solution and implement it, and it works. Every single time. Oh, our controller's out of stock. Create a queue system so that everyone can still get one, and we can deal with the, low production. It's like, just... And then you don't have to pay extra. It's just the normal $100 price tag. It's just... Anyways. I wouldn't mind one. Want a Steam Deck too, but not important enough for me to worry about. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it is really nice, honestly. I haven't really done a lot of gaming with it, but what's interesting, I didn't realize that it was just like the Steam Controller 1. So this is a complete bonus for me. But you can control your computer with it. I didn't realize you could do that. So you can scroll in and out, like you can just use it like a normal mouse. Because it's got like the track pads on it, you know? And when I accidentally realized that, I'm like, what? I thought it was just a controller, like honestly. I didn't realize that it, because the first Steam controller had that, but I didn't see like marketing for this anywhere. That you could just use your mouse like this. So I just assumed that they aren't doing that anymore, but no, it's still here, which is super cool, honestly. It's actually kind of really nice, because honestly, sometimes with like the hand pain, it's really nice to be able to just hold a controller, you know, just move my thumb around like this. It's basically like the ball mouse I was looking at, but in the form of a controller, so it's pretty epic. Yeah, so far first impressions are pretty good. It feels nice and solid, well built, rechargeable. It's got like a puck, a little magnetic puck that sits here, which is cool. You just like plug the puck in and then snap it on the back like that. I wonder actually if I plug in the puck, does it connect? Or is that just for charging? It's setting up Steam control USB. Oh. Okay. So you might be able to use it while it's just sitting on the puck, so you never even have to plug it in directly, which would be really nice. So this might be cracked. By the way, Concealer is still alive? Oh my god. How long have they been live for now? It's been days. I mean, did they like sleep in the middle of the stream? Like what are they doing? All right, setup complete. Now can I use it? Oh, yeah, I can. Just press the Steam button. So that's really cool. I honestly like the magnetic puck because you get the pros of just having it plugged in. So, you know, it's funny because the Bluetooth on my computer is broken again. I need to get a new motherboard or something, but my Bluetooth is just completely inoperable. Maybe I can get like a Bluetooth card. I don't know. Yeah, see, if I accidentally like drop my controller or something, like it doesn't like break everything. It just So wait, does this connect? How is this connecting right now? Is Bluetooth working again? I don't know. Because when I go to add a Bluetooth device, it says that it's off or that I don't even have it. Somehow my controller is connected to my computer right now, but it's not. How does this work? It's not Bluetooth. Is it like a Wi-Fi connection? I guess. How else would this work? Strange. Well. More than one Bluetooth stacker. I don't think I do, but yeah. It must be like a Wi-Fi thing or something, because I don't have any USB receivers plugged in. The only Bluetooth chip that I have on my computer is in my motherboard. Maybe like what's going on with the Bluetooth stuff is like maybe the Bluetooth itself is not broken, but it's just the like Windows is broken. Like it doesn't think that I have Bluetooth, but it is there. I have no idea, guys. I'd have to look it up. Yeah, the puck connects it. Okay. Oh, so okay, that's what you're saying. So the puck, I didn't realize that. The puck itself must have a receiver in here that connects to the controller. Well, great. Cool stuff. Even better. I didn't realize that. Yeah, so I bet if I unplug the puck, it'll disconnect. Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, so far, controller, very cool. I haven't even played a game with it yet, but it works. It works on your computer. So, pretty neat. Yeah, I'll turn it off for now, but oops, that opens Steam. How do I turn it off? Do I just press and hold? Yep, that works. Very cool. So yeah, we're gonna use that from now on to test controller support, probably definitely with Tactic Toe and stuff. So, but yeah. Anyways. Yeah, buy $20. Yeah, I'll probably get some, like, either I'll get an Eternal card that goes onto my motherboard, or I'll just get a USB. So. Yeah, they're just dying a lot. I haven't even killed one boss yet. That's crazy. I should try Kingdoms 2 Crowns. Oh, yeah. That's, I've always liked that game. I never played 2 Crowns. I do actually have it. Oh, apparently I booted it up. I don't remember actually playing, though. Wait. No, I don't think I actually played it yet. I bought it in 25, and then I just never played it. But it seems cool. I played a lot of the other Kingdom games. It seems like they're just working on this one now, so I'm hoping that it'll be cool and epic. But yeah. I always like the art. They have the cool water shader and stuff. It's pretty nice. So, yeah. It's a pretty fun game. Yeah, this one apparently has multiplayer, I think. What was the other Kingdom that I played? It was I guess this Kingdom Classic was the one I used to play, yeah. So this one was from a while ago. It's free now, apparently. Paid a bunch of money for it. That was over 10 years ago. It's kind of crazy. And then New Lands, I also bought that one. Pretty sure. And I never played it. Oh wait, no, I did for a little bit. Yeah, I'll try 2 Crowns. Yeah, this game hasn't gotten updates forever. Larger maps update. Oh man, that would be so nice. Anyways. So yeah, I want to work a little bit on Lured In, just because I don't want to, like, you know, stop development of Lured In and focus fully on Tactic Toe yet. But which language? I use GD script for all the programming I do because it's in Godot. So, but you can also use C#. I just prefer GD script. It's nice to be able to just do it in their, you know, in-engine editor. I don't really want to bother having another editor open all the time. Yeah, I love the watershed that's been used there. Yeah, it's pretty neat. They must, I think I remember watching like some videos on how to replicate it. I mean, it's pretty straightforward now that I know shader stuff. Basically, they're probably just getting the screen texture here and like chopping it off at a certain point right here on this horizon line, and then they just take that texture, flip it to the other side, and squish it so it looks like it's got like perspective, and then you can go through and add in little water effects and stuff. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's funny because you can see like the boat. I mean, it works because it's a boat, but it's like chopped off, and that's probably because the line is like here for where they grab that texture. So that seems to make sense about how they do that. Yeah, it's pretty cool though. Yeah, and you can also see like when there's screen shake that happens, it's affecting the reflection in the water. So they must be grabbing like it's just a screen texture. But yeah. Anyways. C# I'll learn as soon as possible. Yeah, I mean C#'s I've done a little bit of C# with Unity. I would try GDScript too. I do think GDScript is better supported than C# typically in Godot. Though in recent updates, C# has gotten a lot of attention, so I think it's far more comparable to GDScript than it used to be in the past, but I don't know. Like Kingdoms of Crowns, wish I could play by myself. Do you have to play with other people? Is that like a thing? I thought you could play it single player too. If you do have to play multiplayer, then that's kind of unfortunate. But it says solo or co-op. Yeah, so it should be fine. Oh, you're just anxious? Oh. It is kind of like a stressful game, honestly. It's like you're constantly having to like work on improving your area or like preparing to leave. I think you can like leave and go to other areas now because it's a hard game. I don't know if they implemented like difficulty options for this new one or not, but yeah. Oh, the classic one is way harder? Oh, okay. Because I remember how hard the classic one was. I could never like win. I would always die every time. Your mustache is very beautiful. Thank you, thank you. It's like the ones in the Ottoman era. Oh yeah. Ottoman era mustache. Let's check it out. Whoa. Yeah, pretty epic. We've got some pretty sick mustaches. Yeah. Yeah, like this guy. Nice. What's a small project you recommend as a first project? There's a lot of different kinds of games that you could do. I think if you're just starting out with programming and stuff, you could always try replicating another game. So like you could take like asteroids or chess and just create that game. If your goal is just learning, right? So that's always an option. Otherwise, you could aim for like a really easy genre to tackle. Honestly, incremental games are pretty easy to make, I think. You could also do like platformers aren't too bad. It's a very common like first game genre to mess with, but honestly probably harder than some other kinds of games to make though, honestly, because you have to deal with like physics collisions. I mean, it's good for learning, but yeah. Day 3 in classic has like giants. Yeah, it's brutal in the classic one. It gets so hard. So Josh, welcome in. How's it going? For chess, yeah, I do think chess would be pretty easy to do. Because all you really have to do is just, you know, move some pieces around on a grid and then the game is done. So. Yeah, that's one route. It just depends on, I mean, what games you want to end up making, right? So I would kind of think about that. Okay, so yeah, I want to get started with v1.2. So we can go through and figure out exactly what we want to do for that. Features. Yeah, I've got all these massive lists of things. I would like to throw in some new fish and stuff. So yeah, some of the big things I think would be like bait would be a good idea. Something I've been wanting to tackle. So I'm just gonna make a little temporary list. v1.2, right? So bait, I think. Caked up starfish. Just logic is easy. I mean, I feel like it's pretty straightforward. It's not that complicated. I mean, it's just turn-based. I mean, it depends. Obviously, don't do multiplayer chess. That's a whole thing. But imagine you're coding chess by coding every single possible chess move. Yeah, that would be a bad idea. Have like a match statement with every single. It's not possible. Your game would be like, how big? Well, the number of permutations with chess, I mean, are almost infinite, right? Oh my god, you'd have to have like I don't think you could physically store all of the moves of chess, probably even in our observable universe. You know, it's crazy. Yes, we'll do the bait. So I think the way that's gonna work is like you can target specific fish and stuff. Oh, where is it? I'm gonna paste that in. That's the thing there. Okay. There's still more stuff that I have to go through in the MISC document. It's just like stuff I haven't put in here yet. I've thought about doing rod upgrades. I don't know exactly how I feel about that though. I do want to do some inventory quality of life because I think it's getting a little bit annoying sometimes to find fish. So search box, or I'll just do like inventory. We want to do a search box. We want to do a ability to hide or like collapse fish entry. I want to do ability to lock the sell button just so you don't accidentally sell fish that you didn't mean to sell. Stuff like that. Those are just some of the things I've been thinking about with the inventory. I think it would help a lot. We already did the auto feeder. Or no, we didn't do the auto feeder. I do want to do something with our decorations, so that's going to be a big thing. So with that, I want to make decorations offer some kind of bonus, you know? So. Yeah, it's bigger than a Google. That's crazy. Really, for me, thanks for the recommendations. Have a good time. Yeah, thank you for coming in. I hope it helps. I would just tackle something you see online. Yeah, that's just very easy. I think Asteroids is a pretty easy one, or an incremental game. So we'll figure out how decorations are going to work with that. What other things do we want to tackle for 1.2? I don't want to throw on way too many things, then, you know, we won't actually end up having time to do it. So definitely a lot of new ascensions. I want to do chance to keep fish on ascend, right? And we talked about that before, but where it would have like the chance would decrease depending on the tier of fish. So like you're gonna get all of your pond fish preserved, but then your you know, end game fish, those will not be preserved. This one will be pretty easy, like little research bonuses. Multiple lures at the same time would also be pretty cool. I thought that'd be a nice ascension. Okay. Is there anything that anybody has been like really desiring for the game? Because I mean, now's the time to kind of do that. I can look through here. I know there's some stuff said in here recently. Where the fish values get changed again? I don't think they did. They're saying, oh yeah, overview of all the fish in each tank. I could see doing something like that, like fish overview panel inside of tank. It would be nice to be able to just have a quick spot to move and manage them. Base price in the Fishpedia. I could see doing that. Overview of all tanks with their levels. Playing the settings button with a fish tank, then attempting to click on it results in a very brief appearance of fish tank UI, rather than activating either UI correctly. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, I don't know why this empty trade thing is still working. Also, this is really weird, where they were putting in different fish, and it was like the number down there was changing around wrong. It might be because their offline time like reaches above a day, and then it gets a little broken. I don't know. We're gonna have to take a look at that, though. Yeah, more synergies would be good. I don't know if we're going to do like another new zone or not. I kind of want to focus on non-zone stuff for a little bit. Like also spend time going back through the other zones and enhancing them. So we might do that first. But yeah. So we tried fishing that down under, making the lures is a big part of side questing. Yeah. Or that was feather hunting. Yeah, trying to find feathers to make lures. Yeah, it could be a neat thing. Could be kind of fun. I mean, I've been thinking about something like that, like a secondary mechanic to kind of mess with in between the fishing stuff, or even like during the fishing, like if birds kind of fly around or something and you could like tap on them to get a feather, you know? I could see doing something like that. Possibly lure crafting, or like using those feathers as like lure upgrades, you know? Definitely think that one over. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I think that gives us a pretty good list of things right now. Oh yeah, this is just an old shader. I can delete this. I just copied it over for a second because I was doing some massive changes. Didn't want to break it forever. This would be good. Being able to do shift. Oops. Shift to make camera fast. Might as well. Oh yeah, that one's been fixed. Not gonna worry about that right now. Okay. Let's just go start tackling some random things. You just 100% at schedule 1? Let's freaking go. Nice. Yeah, I need to play schedule 1 again. I think there's like a big update that was about to come out or something for schedule 1, so I was kind of waiting on that one. Unless that already came out, it probably did. I think 0.5 or something is like soon, as far as I remember. Unless I'm wrong. Yeah, because they did the weather stuff, which seems cool. Yeah, next like big update, I think 0.5, I would like to try it out again. Okay, so what are these things we gotta tackle? So we can make the camera fast really quick. It's really easy, honestly. Just go into the aquarium camera. And down here with speed. Right. Input.is action not just pressed. Shift. Then if speed is 2.0. 1.0. So then you can just multiply it in here. Pretty easy. We can go copy this into the other cameras. I think there's only one more, which is this one. Because you might as well. Or it's this one, the tree camera. And right here, it's the same bit of code. Oops. There we go. So now you should be able to hit shift and then it doubles the speed of your camera. It's a very, very minor feature, but might as well. It's just kind of nice to be able to quickly get around. I think a lot of people just click and drag, but yeah. Being able to use WASD though is nice. I do like using WASD for cameras, so let's go add that in. And also let's make sure it worked for the other cameras. I don't see why it wouldn't. Let's finish his tutorial. I am now in phase 98 of the tutorial. That's crazy. I think it kind of broke everything because I did that. Okay. So now in here you can hold shift. Yeah. Cool. Pretty easy. I don't know why my obsidian icon broke on my taskbar. That always happens. It's kind of annoying. okay. Next thing. Got the Ascension stuff. I feel like this one would be pretty easy to tackle, honestly. We just have to make a variant of the money bag that's the exact same, but just has a different sprite and does a different thing when you click on it, but otherwise it would be the same thing. And it would be nice, I think, as like an early Ascension to kind of just speed up the research gathering process, you know? Maybe they even drop those before you research donations, because I think the time where it will be most useful is well before you get donations, right? Like you want to be getting those little research bonuses right at the beginning of the game. So it'd be a good like thing over here maybe that branches off from one of these possibly. So then you ascend and you can click around, grab your little research bonuses, and research the early game stuff way faster. So I feel like that would be a good idea. So I think it'd be pretty easy. We can just have like a test tube that drops, you know. We already have the icon for it anyways, so let's go into icons. Yeah, because we have icon research, which we can use as the money bag sprite. Let's go, or I might have to shrink it down a little bit, but that's fine. Let's see, buy feathers instead of grinding them. Lure shop, lures the lure hunter. Yeah. Yeah, so you're saying be able to buy the feathers? Maybe. I don't know, I'd have to think about how that system would work with the gameplay. But it could be neat for sure. It'd be really cool if there was like a mini game where you actually had to like place down the parts of the lure and like twist it around like the string and create the lure. It'd be pretty epic, but you know, it is one of those things though where I have to decide how much scope creep do I want to do, you know? That's always sort of the limiting factor. Yeah, it's hard to say. Because, I mean, even though I'm definitely having fun working on Lurden and stuff, it's like, you know, with game development for me, I have to, like, prepare. I have to, like, be like, okay, I know in this amount of time, I won't want to work on the game anymore, you know? Even if I'm enjoying it now, it's kind of hard. So I don't want to like lock myself into being like, you're going to add this massive new system to the game. And then I realize like, oh, why did I do this? Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see. Okay. Pixel that. This is all a little bit weird. That's what happens when you shrink your sprites down. That should be there. Okay, almost there. It's a little misshapen now. Gonna have to tweak the shape of it. I think I just need to flatten that side. That's better. Then curve that maybe? Maybe flatten that. It's getting there. Let's clean up this and I'll redo the shading. Okay. I feel like that needs to be more curved there. And I'll mess around. Maybe at the end of the day, these are just ideation? Yeah, of course. I always do appreciate any ideas and stuff. I think that'll do. Trying to think like how I want this to look. This is what the normal one looks like, you know. I think it's about right. I guess I'll do it at an angle. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it would make more sense if it was just vertical, honestly, in this context. So I might make that change now. Where is the center? Right there. Yeah, I think I probably will. It's gonna be pretty broken. I'm just gonna kind of redraw a lot of this. We're just gonna boom. 40-year game dev and you're preaching to the choir. Yeah. Definitely a big problem. Yeah, it's important to just prepare for how you might feel in the future about stuff, you know? Because I know there's like people out there. It's easy to say as somebody that bought a game to be like, keep working on this game forever. It's so cool and epic. Because you have like no stakes. You didn't like, you know, like there's no downside for somebody buying the game for the developer to keep working on that game forever. But as the actual developer of that game, you know, it doesn't really work that way. Because I've got a lot of other things I got to think about, you know? It's not just about, like... I mean, that's the thing. It's about, for me, at least right now, you know, the goal is to be financially sustainable. And it's really hard to justify working on one project then, if that is what I'm trying to do. You know, it's always hard to say. What is going on here? Oh, threshold. I wish I could, like, save my, like, tool settings or something as, like, a preset. Because I've been tweaking all these for working on Tactic Toe, but then, you know, when I come back to this, they're all messed up. I don't know. I don't know if that's a thing or not. I think I'm gonna raise this up a bit. Feather matches the fish, rare lures for rare fish. Yeah. Can see that. See, so if this is from a top-down angle, yeah, this test tube would be like, sort of like this, probably. And then instead of doing like that, we'll change it to be more like that. Probably. Trying to think about how this would work. Let's rename this to dropped research. What I could do is that maybe, and then don't know if this is the route I want to go. Oh, that's what's going on here. Let's fix that. It doesn't look too bad. How does it compare to the actual one? It's basically the same shape. Yeah, it's good enough. If you want single-player networking components, swapping extra feathers would be the user store. Could be kind of interesting. See, how did I do... Okay, so I have like a outline around the edges. Here, let's make that dark again. Okay. Let's, anti-alias and whatnot here. Did I do... So I did that as just like the regular color there, and then this only for the bottom of the flask. Which makes more sense. Okay. We'll get our shine mark. Let's see, it's hard to do. Let's bring that back a bit. There we go. I did have some bubbles in here. Might be kind of hard to do those, but that's pretty tricky. But I think just those 2 pixels there gets the idea across. All right, we're getting there. And then we're going to make a golden variant, but it should be really easy because I'm just going to make the liquid inside gold, so. The rollout is A, find B, store C. Yeah, trade release game with A or not. Stand up each letter after launch if audience wants it. Yeah. Yeah, you've always got to make that decision of like, is it... I mean, if I had like a game that was doing extremely well, then it would make sense to keep working on one for a long time. But most of the time with game development, it's the most money you'll ever make is right at launch. So that's pretty much how it goes. It's usually better to make a new game than it is to keep working on the same game, unless you had an insane successful launch. But if it was that successful, I probably wouldn't even need to bother making another game. Like that's how I feel like it sort of is sometimes. Okay. I think that's looking good there. Yeah, we'll save this. Dropped research. And then let's do a rare variant, which should be really easy because we're just going to do this. Boom. Golden research flask. Rare. Just sort of make that one spot a little weird. I'll just get rid of that on this one. Or just bring the white up. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. So, now, instead of making a new scene for these bags, I'm just going to modify the ones that we already have, because might as well. Because it's really easy. We just swap with the sprite and then change what it does when you pick it up. So, on collect, we're going to set up a new thing here of our type. We have an enum for money or research. Type is going to be, I guess it's an int. By default, it's money. Okay. So now, if type is equal to money, do that. And then if rare, okay, so we'll just load it once, so it's not like laggy. If it's rare, otherwise do the non-rare variant. Okay. So if it's money, if it's rare, do rare, otherwise just do regular money bag. Then if it's research, do dropped research rare. Otherwise, just do dropped research. All right. Come from a different era. I got paid to make games up front. Yeah. Interesting. It'd be kind of nice to get paid for just making the game. Yeah, it's definitely different working like for a company versus yourself. I mean, that's really the big thing, right? Because if you have like a big publisher going into it, or you're a subsidiary of another development company, you know, something like Obsidian with Microsoft, like whenever Obsidian makes a new game, Microsoft gives them a bunch of money and they're like, here you go, you know. which is kind of nice because it means that basically even if the game doesn't do well, you still have a baseline income from it. But yeah, I don't get that luxury making games by myself. So, but there's pros and cons. So what's up, Glenn? Welcome in. How's it going? Okay, so those are set up, and then the only other thing we really need to change down here is just the collection stuff, so we'll just put all that into one block. So if type is money, do that. If type is research, then do that. So this is going to be my total what is it, passive research? And I think passive research is in terms of minutes, I think. So that seems to make sense. Yeah, I'll try it out and see if it works. Global.research. It's amount. All right. Let's do this. So if the money was from the player, do the money particles. Otherwise, do the research particles. What is this? So this is the cache text. I'm going to go ahead and move amount out here. So I'll have to edit this text now to be able to show like research instead. It's a very small change. It would just be, this is a label right now, so I'd have to change it into a rich text label. And then change the color so it shows like blue instead of green. Yeah. Bigger risk? Yeah, definitely way more risk, but also at the same time, there's a lot more freedom, you know? I can do whatever I want. And also one of the big pros too is if I do make a bunch of money, then I get all of the money. So I think a lot of the times with working under another parent company, you know, all the extra profits go to, I mean, sometimes you get like performance bonuses. If you make over a certain amount of money, you get a extra income, but you know, you don't have that opportunity to like make a lot of money. So Nico, welcome in. How's it going? Okay, so let's change this to, yeah, rich text label. It's probably gonna mess stuff up because now it's gonna like want to do weird stuff, which is a little annoying. Yeah, because having it anchored and centered doesn't do anything then. And why is it clipping? Oh, because I have to say fit content. I guess that's fine. Maybe if I just reset it to center, it'll be okay. Probably just because I messed it up a little bit. Also, let's make sure mouse is not... Yeah, set that to ignore. Okay, but we should be able to set the normal stuff with money, and then now what we can do is set an image, right? So we can say image/image, do the research icon, and then show how much research you generated. So let's do another thing now, which is var type. And then let's get enum money for research. And then we'll check on ready. Type is equal to money. Then flip type is equal to research. So that one will format it as money, and this one will do the image formatting. And I want to say height is equal to like 1 EM. Okay, let's go get the research icon. Boom. Format number amount. That should all be fine. Then the other thing too is setting the modulate. So label dot. And is that the parent modulate? It is. So for this one, it'll just be the regular green. That one. And then for this guy, it'll be our light blue. Boom. All right. So I think everything should work now. And then before I actually spawn this in, I want to say bag.type is equal to type. That should be fine. So yeah, I think that's it. The only thing I guess would be like the, or no, that's with the money particles and stuff, the sound. So I think that should be fine. So I think we're good to go. And then what I can do is just go make it so customers can now drop those instead. Is that in, I'm trying to remember where I actually do that in. Yeah, I don't think it's in the customer class. I think it's inside of, well, there is create money bag. I guess this is the code where it like does it. I don't know if we want to just say always create. Well, I don't want the bags to overlap. So yeah, I'll just have a new function for this. It'll be somewhat similar. Create a research drop. And then we can say moneybag.type is equal to, I might have to like type this. Okay, it does have that already. So moneybag.type is moneybag.research. That should be all we have to do. Anyways, thank you for the speed, K-Mac. How's it going? Welcome in. Let's see, I had to make a game in 4 weeks. No chance of extra time. That's crazy, yeah. It's released with the movie of the day, yeah. Yeah, very formulaic after a decade of repeating that process. Stop answer every benign question like it's a constant social bomb would drive me nuts. Yeah, interesting. Afternoon. Mind if I ask a technical question? Yeah, feel free to. What's this? Invalid color name. I think that's gone now. Okay, so I don't really care about research donations. I want to know Ascension. I don't know what it would be. Maybe we should make it so not the customers drop this, but the researchers drop them. You know, that would actually make way more sense. So I can check what the type of this customer is. So I can just say, if we are a researcher, then drop it. So, so yeah, we'll do that in here somewhere. I don't know where. I think I run this code inside of the aquarium code. Something about money bags. Yeah, right here. So what we'll just do here is if bag time is less than 0, and we don't have that off, then, so we pick a random person in there. So we have customers and then researchers. Let's just do that as a new thing. Right? Researcher. Create money bag. Or create research. What was it called? Create research drop. Okay. So now they can run that. I don't know when they get added to the customer group. I think that's in here, add to group. Okay, yeah. Add to group researchers. Then we should be good to go because then it's going to call create research drop on researchers. Cool. So now they actually have like a reason to exist. The only thing is if we don't have that many researchers, I don't know what'll happen. They like won't drop it, I guess. I'll have to figure that out. Working with Blender to Godot Asset Pipeline, trying to get some stuff that uses alphas plus gradient atlases to import clean, but it's only respecting one of the UV maps when it gets into Godot. Shows the alpha mask, but shows the entire gradient atlas instead of the second UV mapping. I haven't really messed with like importing atlases. So let's see. You're saying, so do you have like a big like texture that you just use as like a color atlas for all of your materials? So you like grab like a spot of that texture to use as the color of your object, just to understand. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it shows the alpha mask, which shows the entire gradient atlas instead of the second UV mapping. Yeah, it's odd. What are you importing the game with or the files? Are you using like native blend files? Or are you doing GLBs? What's the file format there? Okay. The only thing I could think of is maybe it's some kind of like a setting, import setting on the texture itself. Because when you go into import, there's a lot of different options here in terms of how this should be imported. Yeah, it could be like it could be a compression thing, possibly. I've had weird problems with like alpha stuff with compression sometimes. So you could try turning that off. I don't know if that would have any effect. Have you run through the import tab before and tried some of these other options? Using a batch exporter. Okay. I think you can also set these with the defaults. If you go into project settings, you can say in here it's like default. Where's that in? The import defaults here, and then you can select the type that you're importing, which should be a texture 2D. And then you can set all of your defaults in here. So yeah, I'm trying to think like what would do that. Yeah, I just haven't really done that before, using like a big atlas, so I'm not entirely sure. Yeah. But that would be the first thing I'd probably try for sure, is changing your input settings. Your import settings, I mean. You can also check settings on the GLB. I don't have a GLB in this project right now, but there might be some options in there. So, yeah, it's strange. Yeah, it's almost like it's not, so it's showing the entire gradient atlas instead of the spot that you've selected for the UV. So yeah, it sounds like it's just not importing the UVs that you defined in Blender, which is odd. Yeah, right? Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty strange. It could be either setting in Blender or in, yeah, Godot. Because I know with, I'd have to like open it up to see what they have there. Hold on. Yeah, it's strange though. I haven't had that problem specifically. I mean, I've done like GLBs and stuff, and I've never had issues with the UVs not exporting, so. But if you go to export as a GLB, there's all these tabs over here. You know, I'm sure you know if you're doing Blender stuff, but like, I'm wondering if there is something got checked in here, like under mesh, like maybe the UVs got unchecked under the mesh tab and it's not exporting your UVs. So I'd double check that just to make sure. Vertex colors. There's probably none of these other things, I would imagine. Yeah, make sure you've got all the things being exported in here. UVs is checked. Yeah, I don't know. It makes me think then it's probably something inside of Godot. Like, I would, yeah, run through your GLB import settings in here. Actually, there might be, let's see if we can do that here. Like, I think it imports as like a mesh library or something. Yeah, GLTF. It's like all of these different options, right? Naming. Meshes. Make sure UVs is checked inside of Godot. I mean, it should be on by default, but... yeah, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what else it would be. It's hard to say without, like, looking at the actual project. But... yeah, I don't know. You could try importing 3D models into another program. That's true. You could give that a shot just to see. Yeah, how would you like check on that? Yeah, I could definitely try that. Just to confirm if it's Blender or Godot itself. Trying to think what else you could do. I mean, you could always try asking on the Godot Discord server or like the subreddit. There's a lot of places because I know there's people that have probably run into this kind of thing before. But yeah, definitely give Wool's idea a try. I think it would be good to just start eliminating potential points of the cause, you know. But yeah. Let's see. Just have a very simple project. There's no commercial elements to release for testing. Yeah. Okay. Well, sorry I'm not able to help more. Yeah, I just don't know. But hopefully you can get it worked out. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, I do need to fix this because... like, what happens if there's no researcher there? I mean, you should have a researcher pretty much right away. I'll just specify in the Ascension it makes researchers drop research flasks. So it's obvious that you actually need a researcher. I mean, the first researcher costs like $5, so it shouldn't really be that hard for people to get them. You should be able to get it pretty much right at the beginning. But yeah. Gotta get the Invisalign back in. Looks like it's on Blender. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know then. At least though, it's good to know like where it's coming from though. Yeah, equally broken another app. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know why that would happen in Blender. Yeah, I don't know. But closer to finding the problem. You've got all this stuff checked. Yeah, I don't know. No idea. In the batch exporter for now, it could be. Yeah, see if just like doing a regular export works. I wonder if that would have any effect. Okay, so let's go back into our researcher. Got all this, so I want to check. Let's see, I need to do a different, but I use that group, I think, for collecting it and stuff, so that doesn't really work. But I don't want to use customer count, because if I have a bunch of researchers and one customer, so I think I'm just going to say, if it's greater than, like, 200 or something, then that should be fine. I guess I could have a different group for those two, maybe. So, like, we could say also at the beginning, you know, this is inside of the customers, but if we go back to the, yeah, probably something on how to manage the materials. Thanks. Yeah, happy to help. Hopefully, yeah, I can get that worked out. So in here, what I want to do is say get tree.add to group. Why is that not there? Ooh. Oh, add to group is not under get tree. Okay. So this is going to be sure. Money bag. Is this already in group money bag? I think it's money bags. Yeah. It's fine. I'll call it money drop, so it's not confusing. Money drops and research drops, just to have the two distinct variants. All right, then back inside of this code, I can now check that specifically. So money drops and research drops. The reason I do that is because I just want to make sure that if we have like a bunch of money bags stocked up, I don't want to stop the research drops from stopping. So this should be fine. Let's give it a try. It should be working. So we got ads going on. My apologies. Also, my headphones are low. First time, or not the first time, but I've only charged these headphones like maybe like 5 times since I got them. It's kind of insane, honestly. But I'm glad that they last so long. Okay, let's go try this out. So let's go get a couple researchers. Move them to wander in. And then if we wait, they should start dropping their little things. I think the sound is still gonna sound like a money bag. Yeah. It does like the ka-ching. So I might change that sound to do like a different sound. Hello, chef. I think I also want to change that sprite just a little bit. Where's the regular dropped research? Oh boy, we gotta find it. Let's sort by date. So, Paper Astro, welcome in. How's it going? How are you doing? Let's close that. Okay, I think if I go like this instead, I think it'll be a little bit better of a shape. Maybe do that, and then what I could do to kind of smooth it out, do some of that. Yeah, that looks good. Oops. Let's do all that. Smooth them out. All right, what do these look like now? Yeah, it's a little bit better. They just look more... Perspective is better. Okay, so now these drop, and then we should see... Okay, well, hold on. I gotta go back to normal speed. Yes, it shows that I get to research. Okay. So each one of these gives us 8, and then this one should give us way more. 6 times the amount. 50 research. That seems about right. I mean, 1 whole minute of research. That's a pretty good bonus. $50. I mean, yeah, you let them pool up for a bit, and then... Now, one thing I realize that's going to be problematic is the Broomba is only going to be over here. So I might have to add another one that sits in the research room, probably. But yeah. Dude, fine. Thanks, sir. What about you? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. We're just starting on v1.2 of lured in. I'm getting some like little money or research drops that drop from the researchers. So it's kind of like the equivalent of the donations, but it's like little test tubes instead. Yeah, it seems to be working pretty well. I still need to identify the cause of the null fish. I really don't know what causes that. We'll keep trying. The same sound is firing over itself there, producing the crackle. Which crackle were you hearing? I don't think I heard a crackle. Probably just because I was running it at 16 times speed, which is pretty fast. Yeah, so they're just asking for a minnow. I don't know how that would happen. I'm trying to think, like, there must be some fish or something that's like got like an invalid sprite. Maybe. But I think the game would crash if that was the case. Because it's not like getting a default. Sprite, 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 sprite. What was that? I just see Grandpa? Oh no. I mean, they're all there. I don't know. I don't know what would be causing the empty fish. It's so weird. And like I can't seem to catch it in the editors, so it almost makes me think it's like something that can only happen in the Steam build of the game, which would be really weird. 'Cause I just can't seem to replicate it. Yeah, I mean, all those are normal. It's very weird. Yeah, no idea what's going on there. Let's go into the Ascensions table now. Where do I want this placed? I want it to be pretty easy to get, so I might just put it in right here after level 1 of the government grants. I don't know what to call this Ascension. I want to use that icon. Never mind. I do want to use a different one though, from just the regular research icon. I'll have to figure that out. What would make scientists drop research? I mean, they're scientists. So it makes sense. Makes researchers drop misses. Yeah, I don't know what I would call this Ascension. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, it's also set the required ID to government grants 1. Maybe call it like breakthroughs or something, you know? It's like they have a little moment of genius and they drop the research. Sure. Peer revision, yeah. Has mobile game dev become viable again? Well, I mean, I think it's always been viable. I don't think that there's been any I don't think it's gotten easier. I think it's become way, way harder to compete on mobile. Because at least what I see with a lot of mobile stuff is like, people are expecting your game to be free, first off. So I think very few people actually buy games outright on mobile. Again, I don't know for sure. I don't have any stats to back that up, but I mean, pretty much all of the top games I have ever seen are free to play. That's just the standard on mobile now. So that kind of requires you to inject the game with a bunch of microtransactions and stuff. So it's definitely hard to say. Also, there's a lot of slop on the App Store. It's insane. I think the competition you're working with now on mobile has only gotten worse and worse. Especially now with like, I mean, so many people have mobile phones. More people have mobile phones than access to water. You know, it's insane. So it's an enormous market of people, and you're competing with so many developers, and also developers that are spending lots of money on advertising that you won't probably have the money for unless you're super rich. But I do think I mean, I might be wrong, but I remember seeing that somewhere. We can go verify that claim though. So how many people have cell phones? Let's go. Pew Research Center is usually pretty good. So yeah, 98% of people in the US, but what about like global? This is just for Americans. Hold on, let me keep looking. I'm trying to find somewhere where we can get a stat. I'm seeing 5.83 billion people have access to cell phones, which is insane. It's 70% of the entire world. Then how many people have access to clean water? Let's go take a look here. Where is a stat? There's actually a big increase in people that have... Okay, so it used to be less. It's now increased a lot recently, which is cool. So I'm seeing 74%. Yeah. Almost 1 billion new people got access. So there is more people with access to clean water now, but it's still insane that 70% of it's like comparable, you know? So that's pretty wild. But yeah, it is by far the biggest, one of the biggest markets in the world, basically. I mean, you have access to 5 billion users, so that's a lot of people. But yeah, it's pretty insane. Let's see if I missed anything in here. What is the Angry Birds equivalent game downloaded spikes in this decade so far? I haven't really looked into the top games or anything. I mean, I know a lot of the older games are still doing well. Stuff like Clash of Clans and, all the giants of the mobile market. Because they have so much money, they can just keep working on their games and extracting more and more. But yeah, I don't know. Mobile to me, I mean, it's cool, but I think I much prefer the audience on Steam and stuff like that, PC gaming. So yeah, I might as well call it the slop store. Yeah, it's crazy. And everyone who owns a cell phone has accessible water? I don't think so. Because I mean, that would be, I don't know. I mean, I don't know for sure, but there's got to be some people that probably have a phone and don't have clean water. I mean, accessible water, they can still get access to water, but just not they don't have a municipal water system. They have to boil their own water and stuff, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, by skin of teeth. Yeah, that's wild. Mr. Beast moved the needle of access to water was a project last year. Oh yeah. What's going on with my chat? Scroll. There we go. Yo, with Nestle's great strides forward in visits, we can get it down to 60% by the end of the decade. Let's go. love love that company totally. Yeah. What about game dev for Oculus? Yeah, VR devices. I think the VR industry has been very stagnated. There just hasn't really been a lot of like big advancements in VR stuff. I mean, there's been like specialty VR advancements, you know, stuff like Apple Vision. What is that called again? I know it's Vision OS. Apple VR headset. Yeah, the Apple Vision Pro. Like, it's a really good headset, and tech, like, the specs are a lot better than other VR headsets have been in the past, but also it's $3,000. So it's just not accessible to enough people to make it like a super worthwhile platform to target as a developer. So yeah, I think there's just a lot of like VR. I think the big thing, yeah, holding it back is just the hardware, you know? Because like if that was cheaper, then everything would kind of fall into place. Like if more people have headsets, then there's going to be more financial interest to make like features for VR in engines and making it easier to make VR games, you know? So yeah, it's just, I think it just needs more time to bake. But this trends have been good so far. I mean, you know, they're getting smaller. I think one of the big things, yeah, that has been holding it back is just the increase in cost and hardware components like RAM, VRAM. It's all super expensive now. And so I think it's really hard to make new VR headsets that are actually affordable. It will be interesting to see what happens with the Valve Frame VR. But it's going to be expensive, you know, it's probably going to be like $800 or $900, I'm assuming. So I don't think it's not going to revolutionize the VR industry or anything. Yeah, it's just kind of unfortunate. I do think VR is really cool, but it's not like immersive enough to feel like it's worth it to drop thousands of dollars on one device when you can just buy a computer that can play all of the same games and more, you know? It's a hard sell right now. If like VR was like $200, like really cheap, then I think it would be way more popular, obviously. But we're just not there yet. Oh yeah, the AR glasses, yeah. Whoa, phone vibrated. VR seems like a temporary device once BCI's solved. Yeah. It's kind of true. I mean, yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, I think it's just the thing for me with VR is it's too, well, first off, too expensive and too difficult to use. Like for example, when I want to play a game on my computer, I sit down, I click a button on my mouse, and then the game is open and I'm playing. It's like, so the barrier to playing is so minimal. But the VR, you've got to charge it. You've got to, like, some VR, you have to set up base stations, though that's kind of becoming a thing of the past, luckily. You know, it's just a lot of setup, and then it's heavy, and they can be uncomfortable, you know. It's just, I just see so many downsides with VR. That's the problem. But as soon as those can be addressed, then I think VR seems like a much more appealing way to play games. So chip manufacturing on the moon base is solved. Electronic components will continue to be overpriced. Yeah. It's so sad because, I mean, they used to be so cheap. You know, prior to like 2020 and all the Bitcoin mining stuff, you could get PC parts for nothing. You know, it was crazy. I mean, I remember like high-end graphics cards were like $1,000 or less. It's just that doesn't happen anymore. It's so sad. Also, like, it's really sad too because NVMe drives were on a massive decline in terms of price. And then now they're more expensive than they've been in like the past decade. So it's just, it sucks. But anyways, game genres do I think have the most / least competition? It's really hard to say. I think the thing with game genres is some genres are like completely dominated by like 1 or 2 games, you know? Like for example, let's say like battle royale games. There's not that many. Like you are going against the giants of the gaming industry, like Fortnite and PUBG, right? So in that sense, there's an enormous competition. Like you have to make an incredible game to compete with those 2 games. And then other genres there's just a lot of games being made in those genres, you know? There's one tool actually that is really good. It's like Steam. I can never remember what it's called. I might have put it in my bookmarks. Let me check. But it's really useful. What is that? I don't think it was this website, but maybe. It lets you like go through each, I think it's game stats. Let me check it. Yeah, I think it's this one. And it lets you go through like different like tags and stuff, and you get like a pie chart of how many games are in that, unless this is the wrong one I'm thinking of. It could be. What is it called again? I don't think it's SteamDB. I can't remember what it's called. Unless it is this one. Like tags, you could add like incremental and then filter. Does it show the pie chart? No. What is it called? I really can't remember. You guys think Laird In is on here? I wonder if it is actually. Well, it should be here somewhere. Yeah, I don't know why I can't remember the name of the tool. It's really useful though. I need to bookmark it. I don't know why I didn't. Pie chart, Steam tags. I thought it was. I don't think it's SteamDB. No. What is that tool called? It's gonna annoy me now. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, let me know, but I've seen people use it all the time and stuff. You get like, you can see like median revenue and stuff for each kind of game. Tool to see median revenue of game genres on Steam. This one, oh my god. Gamealytic. So this is a really good way to tell if a genre is oversaturated, because you can put in a genre, those are like big genres, but like a tag, like incremental games, right? And then check what is the median revenue. So if you're going to make an incremental game, that's a very low median revenue, like $400. So that's kind of a good indicator to know which ones are, you know, probably there's more competition you're dealing with. You can also look at like not just revenue, but number of game releases too. There's been a lot so far. Just this year alone, there's been 1,300. So that's a lot of games. You can look at something else like you know, I don't know, card game, right? That's about average in terms of revenue. You can see it's a lot less releases. So this is kind of a really useful tool. I would recommend people mess with this, because you're able to really research things. And it's good for like big overall statistics versus like individual games, right? So yeah, this tool's been around for a while. I was using this before like Starground and stuff, I think. And it has the list of all the different Steam tags in here. So like, let's say you want to make a dating sim, right? You can just hit that tab, and then dating sims make way more median revenue. So, but you know, you do have to think about, like, it's interesting how dating sims have declined. I think they've reached their peak now. But just because a median revenue is high doesn't automatically mean it's a good idea to tackle that genre. It just depends, because like I think a big factor is how hard is it to make a dating sim. I think it's pretty hard to do that. So, you know, it's not just this perfect, you know, oh, good median revenue, let's make the game. Because you could probably look at something like we were talking about battle royales earlier. You can see, look at the median revenue of battle royale is only $200. It's really bad, you know? And I think that kind of helps show off how it's just, you basically have no chance of competing with the top battle royales. And it's also because they're extremely hard to make. So, and you can also look at like the revenue distribution and stuff. There's a really big chunk that's at the top compared to other kinds of genres, and massive swaths of no money. So, but yeah. Anyways, sorry for missing a billion questions and stuff. VR gives me crazy motion sickness. Oh yeah, that's too bad. I never usually get any motion sickness from VR at all. Interesting. Your VR trackers on the bus. Crazy. Wait until they can plug my brain into the computer. That's gonna be the true VR experience. Yeah, you just lay down in like a chamber and it jacks into your brain. Oh, by the way, something I need to go turn off really quick. I remembered. This is really stupid. Where's the settings for that? It's like under stream. There is an option that they decided to turn on by default on Twitch, which I was like, that's ridiculous. So by default, Twitch now uses your streams for AI training data. By default. So let me go see where to turn that off. Okay, it's under security and privacy. So it's in my account settings. Hold on. But this is a wild thing that we need to talk about. So let's see, where is that? Yeah, training for generative AI. I'm going to turn it off. So, because I don't really want that. Anyways, we'll get back to that in a second. Let me read through all these really quick. Meta's ease of use solution was to run its AI models on it and have a TTS UI to make it frictionless. Interesting, yeah. I do like some of the things they did with the Oculus, where you can use your hands and stuff to do things. I think it's kind of nice, but they didn't like flesh it out enough. So, yeah, what's the accuracy of this tool? I mean, I think it's a lot of game developers I know use it. I think it just uses the raw, like Steam, I think has a lot of their stats public. Unless this is doing like, it might be doing estimates on revenue and stuff like that, but I mean, it has a whole detailed article. So yeah, it's using estimations, but Steam does have public stats for like, you know, genres released and stuff. I mean, obviously, because you can just scan through, because it's all public information. The only thing that they'd be estimating is like revenue, but otherwise all of it should just be straight from, you know, Steam. But yeah, Asloptic takes that game releases. It's gonna do it. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, we'll see. Trend may be over by the time you, yeah, that's why I don't recommend people ever follow trends and stuff. Like, you can look at genres and stuff just to know, but I wouldn't worry about this tool so much. I don't think it's really that helpful, because also the median revenue is just low anyways. It's really easy to make a game that's better than the median slop that's released on Steam. It's very interesting because I think this has gone down significantly in the past couple years, just because there's so many garbage games on Steam. But yeah, it's really not that hard to make more than $700. I feel like. I think you can make a really bad game and still make more than that. I wonder how messed up the stats are in farming games. So yeah, there are a lot of farming games though, like Farming Sim. It's not too bad. How many are released? 44. Could hit. Definitely not explosive like incremental games, but it might be leveling a little bit. We'll see how many more farming games get released this year. Is it like Farming Sim or just farming? I don't know which one you would do, but see, I don't know. Is this like farming as in like something like does that include like Stardew Valley, or with Farming Sim? I have no idea. But that's why you would probably want to filter down a bit more. Like you wouldn't want to just plop down farming because it's not really enough. You'd probably want to check like you know, is there like a sandbox tag in here? Like Life Sim, you know, you can add more tags to see. And then once you start putting in more tags, you can really see some more interesting trends, right? Big chunk of this here is probably Stardew Valley, I'd imagine. So, but yeah. So yeah, anyways, with Twitch, yeah, so now it's AI stuff is on by default on Twitch, which is really stupid. So yeah, I turned that off. If anyone does Twitch streams, I'd probably recommend turning that off. I mean, it's not like you can really stop, you know, internet scrapers from taking your streams as training data, but at least it's not a direct you know, pipeline into Jeff's servers. So yeah, it's not really gonna do much, but still, it's crazy that they just have it on by default. It's like, that's pretty wild. People did profit a lot from, yeah, trends on Twitter. Interesting. Staying lobsters, yeah. Gonna move your face around and make it harder to clip out your face in the data, yeah. Need to create some anti-AI overlays. Crazy. What AI for Twitch streams? Yeah, what is this? So it's just using your content for generative AI training. Their thing is stupid, but by whatever, including using AI-supported Twitch features that benefit the community by facilitating streamer growth and monetization. So that doesn't sound good at all. Median revenue for a multiplayer co-op game is 7,000. Interesting. Why is my chat like paused? Okay, there we go. Because it's kind of a waste of making a slot multiplayer. It's fair. Yeah, you gotta be careful about outliers skewing things. I think that's why median is usually a better thing. You don't really want to look at like averages. Medians are much more useful. Yeah, anyways, glad that I remember this tool. Let's freaking bookmark this. And there's a lot of things in here. There's even like a publisher list. So you can look at like, do like research on publishers and stuff, which is cool. It's crazy that, I guess, yeah, Valve probably makes more money than anyone on Steam. I mean, they've got some big games. I'm assuming that doesn't include like money from everyone. Probably not. Well, they don't have to pay themselves. They don't get a 30% cut, so Valve's kind of cheating, guys. But anyways. Is bro having a stroke? Me? Am I having a stroke right now? I don't think so. Anyways. See, Shadow of Lukey, welcome in. How's it going? Okay. Breakthroughs. I guess that's what we'll call it. Cost is 1. Requires the government grants. Yeah, I need to do a new icon for it. I don't know. Maybe like a little like light bulb and they're like, ooh. We'll see. Now, back into the customer. I want to check if we have that ascension. So get ascension level, ascension, breakthroughs. I am burning up right now. Alexa, fan on. We should get a 30% cut of Val's revenue. It's only fair, I think. Yeah, I think so. I think it's we should totally get that. That'd be a lot of money. 30% of 15 billion. Is that like yearly? It's a lot of money. Anyways. Good. How's the game dev going? What are you working on today? Yeah, it's going good. We're just getting started on the v1.2 for Lurden. It's coming along. So, yeah. We just got these little like research drops implemented. So inside of the Ascension menu, now you can unlock breakthroughs after you get the first level of that. I'm going to change the icon for it. But then after you have that now, researchers drop little test tubes that you can collect for extra research points. So you can see those dropping there now. Also might have to check something here. I think the calculation I use for those drops is linked to the number of customers, not the number of researchers. So it might be a little bit funny. So how does this work? So, okay, no, I just do like every so often I just pick somebody to drop. So I think this is fine actually. Yeah. And then I set the next one with the puppy upgrade time. So we should be good to go on that. Do I also do that? I think I call set bag time initially also, right? Yeah, I do. So we should be good to go. Everything should be working, hopefully. So yeah, anyways, now these drop in the research lab and you can click on them and get some bonus research over here. So yeah. So that gives us 17. Let's actually like reset our research so it's not ridiculous. Yeah, we'll have to figure out what we're gonna do then with the Broomba. I guess I have to add a new one that sits in this building instead. So if another guy to drop a research, but it'll be a little nice bonus for research. You know, if you're like almost there, you can pop one and then you're gaming. So random question, where can I listen to the Eternal Wind track that was playing earlier? Shoot, I wish I knew which one that was. Or here, we can go look back at the stream. Go here. The website says Lurden has made 30K in gross revenue. Yeah, that's wrong. We've made, I think, 85K gross revenue now. So this is the thing where it's an estimate, right? So it's not always 100% accurate, but usually it's pretty accurate. But for games that are smaller and have fewer reviews, it probably does a lower, it underestimates. Because Lurden has a very few reviews compared to its sales. I don't know why. We were talking about this one stream. It's just kind of an interesting observation. But, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because they probably estimate revenue from a review count. It's really the only metric you can use. Anyways, let's try and find that Eternal Wind track you're talking about. Metric you can use. Oh, nice to remember playing your other game. That's like Factorio? Yeah, Starground. Yeah, Lurden is out on Steam now, so it's You can just buy it, yeah. But yeah, we did play testing stuff for a little while, then stopped the play tests a couple months ago before it came out. But we do have a new game that we've been messing with. We'll probably do a play test for soon. So when we decide to bite the bullet on that one, we'll do you know, some info on Discord, an announcement. So let's go find the song you're talking about. So the Eternal Wind song is Roll It Up. I'm assuming that's not the one you're talking about?
You know, pipeline.
There's Sacrificial.
You know.
Is there like a sandbox tag? That's from Binding of Isaac, I think. I don't know for sure, but I think I need to like change the overlay songs so I actually know where they come from. A secure place for all your things. Don't know where that's from.
So this. Me now.
Sonoran.
If anyone knows what I'm talking about, let me know. But I've seen people use.
I don't know if that's the one. Oh, Eternal Wind. There it is.
In PUBG,
right? So in that sense, there's an. Yeah, what is that one from? I think it's from like Secret of Mana or something. Maybe. Or it's from what's the other one that Ace put some tracks in for? Oh, it might be like Final Fantasy or something. Is this it? No, that's not it. Hopefully I don't get copyright claimed. Oh, wait. I don't think that's it either. Unless it's like, it kind of sounded like that though. An enormous competition. Like you have to make an incredible. I wonder if it's like a copyright free version or something. I don't know. Wish I could find it. It might be like, come on. Oh, here it is. This is the song. Final Fantasy 3. So, there you go. Yeah, no problem. Anyways. It also says the game has an average playtime of 30 hours. It's interesting. I don't know. It probably also checks that depending on like the reviews, or it calculates that with review, because that's like public info for playtime. And this guy spent 240 hours. They must have kept the game open or something, because that's crazy. Yeah, I wonder how they're calculating that. I mean, this is the thing. Average is misleading, right? It doesn't mean that most people are going to be playing for that long. Lure it in, put on the list, and play it on stream sometime. Let's go. Yeah, that'd be really cool. Thank you. Yeah, we do have a demo version that you can play, so it's right here. I'll probably go back and update the demo eventually, so yeah. Okay. So yeah, the research stuff is working. It'll just be a nice bonus. Should be nice, I think. Okay. What do we want to do next? Let's go look at our changelog. So we did, where was that under? Right there. I do want to do this too, which I think would be really fun, being able to select multiple lures at the same time. Because right now you can only do one. But if you could do multiple, that would be pretty cool. Right? If I could like select a couple of these. Especially like then you could do worm lure and special lure at the same time. I think it'd be kind of epic. The only thing we'll have to change is we have like the code that we use for determining what lure you have equipped is a single string. So we'll have to change it over to an array so that we can have multiple selected at the same time. But, yeah. We're gonna have to go through and change all the code, which would be a little bit annoying. But I will do that. It would be really cool, I think. It just seems like a fun upgrade, you know? And why not? Like, I don't think it would break the game super bad or anything to be able to have all these at the same time. It would just feel epic. I mean, does it make sense to have multiple lures at the same time? No. You know, like, how would that even work? You'd have to, like, have this crazy, like, all these lures spewing out from your hook. I don't think... it wouldn't make any sense. But hey, guys, it's a video game. So who cares? I think it would be really fun to be able to select multiple. And we'd get it set up to where, like, it wouldn't be every single lure. Like, you could do, like, a limit of, like, 3 or something. So you still do have to make decisions, but I think it'd be really fun. You'd have, like, some new mechanics to optimize and mess with. It's like, well, what's the most optimal fishing rate? If I could do the special lure and the shiny lure, and then, you know. I really like systems like that, like with the synergies, where you can spend a lot of time trying to optimize, you know? Because one of the nice things about these systems is, like, it's really hard to fully optimize when you have, like, multiple options and differences between these things. It's a little easier to optimize synergies, but also not that easy, because every fish has their own weight and profit that they're generating and stuff, and depends on who you're pairing them up with, so it can get kind of crazy. But yeah. Yeah, you can make an ascension line and every upgrade buffs the lure count by 1. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. So that's probably what we'll do. We do also need to spend some time on our research tree more too. Some people have complained that the research tree is too short. I mean, that's why I added in, like, bioengineering as a research instead, because I think it's nice to have that there. We'll have to think of more research ideas. Research is tricky because, like, it's mainly, like, content related. So it's sort of like with research, research is like unlocking a new mechanic, and then ascension is boosting the mechanic that you already unlocked, you know? That's sort of how it feels, at least. And it's pretty much more like technology oriented rather than bonus oriented, or like you know. So, like, for the scientist, it's not, you don't, like, research a scientist. I don't know. It just felt weird to have that as a research, but I think it is an ascension that's good. You could kind of imagine that as, like, you moved your aquarium to a location closer to where a research lab is or something, you know? I think of all the ascension as, like, things that you get when you restart in a new building, right? So, but yeah. Bioengineering instead of collecting feathers. Nuclear cozy. I see the absurdism. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. I figure, like, if you're researching how to, like, build a facility in the deep ocean, then bioengineering your fish is not much of a stretch, you know? So definitely the research tree needs, like, a new branch in here. Like, one down here that splits off this way would be pretty nice. Lures definitely expanded that a lot, so that's a good start. I think I could see, like, baits being a whole research block, so it's possible. But yeah. What's your favorite prestige system in an incremental? I mean, honestly, if I'm being real, I tend to lean toward no ascension, more of like a skill tree instead. But also, what I see a lot with games that do that is the actual gameplay then just kind of becomes super boring. It's complicated. Like, some people are in the boat of ascension is stupid and you should never do ascension. I don't think ascension is always inherently bad. I think it's just a matter of making it feel worthwhile, right? And hopefully lured in ascension feels somewhat worthwhile. it will continue to feel more worthwhile, I think, as time goes on. Because when there's like a skill tree instead of ascension, I think it's sort of like all the game then becomes is just sitting here and doing nothing and waiting, because you can't like restart or do it again. So it's sort of boring. I don't think ascension is all bad, you know? But yeah, definitely like the ones that I really hate with ascension is when you ascend and just feel like nothing has changed. Like if that happens with your ascension system, then you've made a big mistake, I think. There's a lot of games I've played like that, and I ascend and I'm just like, oh, I shouldn't have done that, you know? That's why a lot of these ascensions too in Lured In, I'm trying to introduce new like systems and mechanics, like the Broomba and the filtration and the scientist and all these like there are bonuses in here for sure, but recently I want to do more like mechanic related things, so. But yeah, I'd say like that's the main thing. Like one game I think that does ascension really well is Cookie Clicker. Because when you ascend in Cookie Clicker, like, there is so much stuff that you can buy and unlock, you know? Yeah, I forgot, can't you play it? Yeah, cool math games. Like, if you look at, like, the Cookie Clicker Ascension tree, it's insane. Like, look at how many freaking upgrades there are in this thing. They have to have a whole map for it because it's so crazy. And I think this is an ascension that works well. Because what's nice about this ascension tree is like, it's not just, you know, 5% boost. I mean, some of them are sort of like that, but a lot of these are like, you know, massive new mechanics, like permanent upgrade slots and the whole like pet system and unlocking new packs of cookies. So I think this is a good way to go about it, right? Yeah, their ascension is pretty cool. I don't know if I'm ever gonna freaking beat Cookie Clicker, guys. It takes so long. But anyways, in that case, I want Godzilla fish. We have thought about doing like mythical fish, you know, like the Leviathan or you know, Loch Ness Monster. Spelled it wrong, but whatever. It'd be kind of fun, I think. This is like literally, like definitely just a piece of driftwood, wasn't it? It's kind of really funny. Also, it's really funny too. You look at the water and it's like the scale of the waves. It's so obvious that like, yeah, that's just like a piece of wood in the water or something. Cause like the waves look super tiny. So it's definitely not real. But it's cool. It's cool that we decided we were gonna be like, oh yeah, that's a guy in there. That's a monster. Anyways. But yeah, it'd be fun to add in Nessie. You've also got like, there's so many different mythical fish we could do. Like the Kraken, you know? The legendary, which is also funny because this is just a colossal squid. That's all it is. But yeah. Yeah, right, the giant squid is like probably the cause of the myth of the Kraken. Because giant squids have been around the whole time we've been here. It's not like they just showed up all of a sudden in the past 100 years. So like, obviously, it makes so much sense. But yeah. But the Kraken would be cool. And I always think it's really fun to throw in, yeah, Cthulhu. The Leviathans from Subnautica. I did that in Starground. Like the Ghost Leviathan and stuff, you know? It'd be really fun to throw one of these guys in. They're pretty big, though. I don't know how I would put them in the tank. Eesh. 110 meters. That's far larger than any creature on Earth. So, yeah, I don't know how I would make that work, but it'd be kind of fun, possibly. I don't know if I'm like allowed to put that in the game. It's kind of one of those things. It's sort of complicated. I mean, it's doing it in like a Easter egg sense. Like, it's not like I'm stealing their content. I don't know. Whoa. Okay. Don't use Google Images, guys. But I don't know. I think it's fine. Like, I think what I did before with that, with Minecraft and Pogo Rocket, is like, you can kind of allude to it, but just don't like specifically say that it's block from Minecraft. Because I think that's sort of when you get in trouble. But if I just say it's like, you know, whatever, big sea creature, I think it'd be fine. They aren't from Subnautica? Or do you mean there's like a different kind of Leviathan? Leviathan. Well, yeah, it's just like a word for like a large sea creature. I mean, Leviathan is kind of like used in a lot of contexts, you know? So, like even in like the sizes of like ships and stuff, Leviathan class. But it's just a big sea creature guy. So, a sea serpent, you know? So yeah, I mean, we can do like our own version of a Leviathan. It's possible. But it's cool if it's a Subnautica one. Whatever, it's fine. Yeah, I know, this is the mythological creature. It's just I always think of the Subnautica one. Because that's the most iconic version of it, I feel like. Oh, if you couldn't have references, Isaac would be missing half of its items. Yeah. See, I mean, it's fine. You just have to be specific about how you do it. And I think references are more fun anyways when it's like not like a exact description of it, if that makes sense. It's kind of like alluding to a thing instead of saying, this is from this thing. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we'll play around probably with that idea. With Easter eggs and stuff. I think it'd be fun. Anyways, our test tubes are working. What else do we got here? Oh, yeah, something I need to do is make that cache text that pops up be unshaded, because I don't think it is right now. So material, set unshaded on it, and then we're gonna say over here on material, oh, it was unshaded, wasn't it? Well, maybe I'm stupid. I may be stupid, guys. That seems better, though. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. Let's go put this down in our change log also, before I forget. Added research drops. Research test tubes drop from scientists in your lab can be unlocked within Ascension. Okay. Oh, there's another thing I was just thinking about that I forgot to write down that I was like, it'd be really cool if we added that. God dang it. That's annoying. What was it? What was I thinking about? I mean, mythical fish, obviously, we're talking about that. There's a different thing. I didn't say it out loud. It's just in my brain. What was I thinking about? It's not the rod upgrade. That's really annoying. Oh, it might have been this one, being able to swap out the walls and floors. feel like that wasn't what I was thinking about, though. But I would like to do this. Because I think it'd be fun. It'll be annoying to have to make a bunch of tile sets, but it's fine. How's the game going so far? It's going pretty good, yeah. Just working on some small things right now. Yeah, I want to get working on this Ascension because I think it would be quite nice to keep your fish on Ascension. Yeah, maybe we do that. What would the, oh yeah, we need to do some new icons anyways. We got to do one for the, test tubes dropping. How would I, draw that? Because I don't want to just do this icon again. I need to do like, well, we were saying like a light bulb, I think. Yeah, we'll do a light bulb. Light bulb. Okay. Yo, Two Socks, welcome in. How are you doing? Alright, let's draw a light bulb. I don't know if we want to do a funny angle on the light bulb. Let's see. I'll just do it straight up and down light bulb, probably. Oh, wait, right. It's got to be, hold up. Well, I could do like a one light bulb going off to the side. I wouldn't want it to go too off to the side. Here. I have an idea. Just to make our lives easier. Because why work hard when I can hardly work, guys? Let's do this. We'll squash it, make it a little more cartoony in proportion. So we have this here. It's actually got to be 2 pixel gap on each side. And then check it. Crazy. I want to give a slight rotation, but not go like too crazy with it, you know? Alright, let's make the light bulb look cool now. Go like right there. Alright. Do you still want to add in game rewards for achievements in some way? I do want to, yeah. You have to think about like what things will be unlocked from that. It can be hard because I don't want to like constantly like take things that people already have unlocked and make them just more annoying to get for no reason, you know? So it's like I have to think about what would make the most sense for that. Light bulbs have like a thread on them. Okay. Light bulb. Guess that looks okay. Maybe. No, undo that and then here, just bring that down more. There we go. Make it glow, probably. Have some shine over here on the bulb. You know, because it's a freaking light bulb and all. Just looking at some images of light bulbs. They probably have some like bounce lighting over here. It's weird shading a light bulb because it is the light source, you know? So it's like, how exactly do you go about that? I think we can kind of stylize a little bit. I think it's fine. Then we've got the filament inside of here, you know? I guess that's about where it would go up to. And filament, what does it even look like? Filament looks weird. I see a lot, though, just where it's like this. I feel like that's like the standard vibe anyways. Okay. Yeah, this will do. Oh, Dakos, you meant, yeah, decorations. Okay, okay. Yeah, that'd be cool if you could unlock decorations that way. Okay. What am I working on? Right now I'm working on an icon for a new Ascension inside my game, Lured In. It is out on Steam. Yeah, it's an incremental fishing game where you run your own aquarium. So it's already been out for coming up on a month soon. But yeah, we're just working on some post-launch updates and stuff before we move on or anything. All right, so the threads down here. Probably just something like that. And then on the other side, it would kind of come back through the other color. Guess that's sort of how it would work. Light bulbs usually sort of like round out by the time they get down to here. Sort of like that. Maybe a bit of a highlight. Oh yeah, it would actually like go through that. It can be hard to shade stuff like this. Then don't they usually, like, there's silver on the bottom and then it's like the black thing, you know? Sort of like that. I'll probably increase the brightness of all these colors. So Mossville, what do you think about cleanup incrementals? I've been trying to... Oh, yeah, I've seen those around. I do think they can be pretty fun. You know, it kind of ties into that, like, job incremental, you know, where it's like, okay, this is your task and you have to complete it. I think there are some nice things about that kind of game because you have this predefined goal from the very beginning, which is always really good. Because you're not sort of left like trying to figure out what you're doing, which can be sort of a problem sometimes with some incremental games. Yeah, it could definitely be fun. Kind of want to change all this stuff to just be that. I think it's too dark. Yeah, let's do that, and then I think that's better. There we go. Light bulb. I guess the perspective is okay. Maybe feels a little bit sort of like... I think that's better. You never really think about a light bulb until you gotta draw one. I don't know, it seems okay. Sorry about the ads. Connect the cleanup data, some real medical data. That'd be crazy. But yeah, I think they're fun. There's like that one that came out where you clean up an island, I think. And there's so much stuff that you could clean up, you know? What's that one? Stupid guys, can't remember anything. Game where you clean up island. I think it's called Restore Your Island, is this it? Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. And there's a lot of these kinds of games. There's also like some new ones that came out where you have to like... There's the VHS one, I think, or that might just be a regular VHS store. But there's one where you have to pick up all these books. Library cleanup book game. This one. So yeah, they can be fun. I would be careful though too, because there's also a big potential to make a game like this and it ends up being super tedious, right? So that can be something you have to avoid. I think as long as you give people a sense of progression, that's the biggest thing, you know? Feeling like as you're cleaning up, it gets easier and easier, and you sort of build up momentum. I think that just goes for basically any game. I mean, really, you should always feel like the game is your time spent and invested is you're getting rewarded for it, right? So I think that's important. But yeah, it can be cool. I imagine it'd be pretty easy to make a game like this. It's really not a whole lot of thought that goes into it. And yeah, just get some cool spells to do the same mechanic, but faster and faster, so. Yeah, fortunately, this game does use a bunch of AI stuff. But I could see doing something like this for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to think like what would be a good premise for something like this. Like, I don't know, what would be good? Yeah, what do you have to clean up? I don't know. Yeah, you'll just have to, like, I mean, I could see doing one where, like, you know, cleaning up the ocean or something. Well, it's the opposite. Oh, you're like Wall-E, yeah, and you have to clean up. That'd be pretty awesome, honestly. It would actually be kind of sick. Maybe we should make that game. Idea of cleaning up a treasure hoard for a dragon, that'd be pretty awesome. Also, like, that would be cool too, because you could, the mechanics could actually kind of get more interesting. Because, like, I imagine with, like, a treasure hoard, you're going to have, like, different kinds of items, you know? So you're going to have, like, gold and gemstones and artifacts and stuff. So it'd be fun to, like you have to, like, I don't know, unlock the proper storages or places to, like, put those items, so you kind of have to, like, go back, and I think that'd be cool. And it's a very, like, relatable thing too. That's another important thing about these kinds of games, I think. Right? Is it needs to be something that, like, you can understand as a player. So, like, organizing books is, like, something everyone's done, you know? And I think that same thing would work really well with, like, a dragon treasure hoard, because everyone knows about dragon treasure hoards, you know? So it's a very, like, prevalent theme in media. But yeah. I always think of Wall-E when I think of these games, yeah. Disney's already charging you, someone's getting sued, yeah. I have to be careful. Nondescript robot. That doesn't have to be a robot, though. Yeah, you'd find magical items that would help you, but they're buried under heavy gold bars. Yeah, that's pretty epic, actually. Yeah, sorry, Ryan. I think I missed your message up here. Where was that? You've been working on a bit of strange thing. We'll release it, but I'm making a D&D map maker. That's very cool. Yeah. I know with Dungeon Masters and stuff, one of the big limitations is, like, yeah, being able to create runs for their players. So I think that kind of thing is always in demand, honestly. Yeah, that's really cool. All right. I guess this light bulb will work. Great light bulb. Thank you, Glenn. Yeah. The warm hue used for yellow. Yeah, I like, one thing a little personal peeve of mine, maybe it's because I'm partially colorblind, probably, but I feel like people, whenever they use yellow, is always, like, way too cool toned, where it's more of, like, this kind of yellow, you know, and I'm just like, why not, like, emphasize the warmth of a yellow? I feel like it just looks better when it's warmer. I don't know. Maybe that's just a weird a weird me thing, but I like a more prominent yellow. But anyways, I think yeah, this'll do. Let's shift the bulb over 1 pixel. Let's call this guy icon breakthrough. And I might need to put some like little shine light lines, you know, go like that would probably actually be a good idea. Let's see. Just some little guys. Maybe one in the middle. You know, just to make it look like, whoa, I have an idea. Anyways. Why does my chat do this thing where it like pauses the messages? I don't know. Yeah, gemstones, coins, cups, chests. Yeah, it'd be really cool. I think that's definitely a solid setting to do for a game like that. So yeah. I was thinking it would work as a friend swap game if the dragon woke up. Oh yeah. You'd have to like distract the dragon and stuff. That'd honestly be kind of nice. Yeah, kind of fun. I think yeah, I mean really my only like complaint about cleaning up games like that is sometimes they're just very thin on the gameplay, where really the game doesn't change at all as you're playing it and stuff, and it's just boring. But if there's ways like that to add in some danger, some more variability in the gameplay, I think that would really help a lot. So yeah, same. I generally associate cooler yellows with medical settings. Yeah, that's fair. I copied the original bulb from I just used it as an outline reference, but obviously we redrew every pixel, so it doesn't even really matter. I cheat when it comes to drawing stuff, because why wouldn't I? Otherwise I'm just wasting time. So I mean, I don't really do that all the time, but sometimes when there's like a weird shape and then also a weird perspective, it can be really hard to do it without any kind of outline. A lot of people sometimes too, for larger pixel art assets, will model it in Blender first and then kind of trace around it and convert it into pixel art, which is a good route to take, especially for large environments and stuff. It's sometimes just so much work to keep everything consistent, you know. But with 3 dimensions, you can't like cheat with your perspective, so. Let's see. The other limiting factor in a map maker is the tiles. You can have an idea, but the program you're using doesn't have the tiles you want. Yeah, that's another big thing. Yeah, I bet if you have some kind of system that like lets people create their own custom tiles, that would be a big help. I mean, really even just thinking about like, you know, just making game maps, it's a very similar thing. I mean, D&D is a game. Those are all the same kind of struggles that you go through, right? So yeah. All right, so there's a light bulb. Then what else do we need in here? There's another thing we're gonna tackle. Oh yeah, like we need an icon for the fish keeping, getting to keep your fish. We'll do that one. The thing with Power Wash Simulator is it's extremely popular exactly because it's dull. Yeah. I mean, honestly, sometimes Power Wash Sim does get a little a little boring. Oh, I think the thing that's fun with that game though is there are honestly a lot of like things to make the cleaning more interesting, because you can do like you've got like the different like types of cleaners. You've got the floor one that has like the circle, you know what I'm talking about. You've got the different nozzles, you've got like cleaning foam. So I think it's not that dull because of all those extra systems. So I think it's important. Yeah, what's going on here? Yeah, don't send random people's channels in here. I'm kind of you know, the one streaming here, so we will time you out for a minute. Anyways, For example, Factorio makes their sprites in Blender. Yeah, Factorio does that. Though they don't really... Yeah, it's not... I wouldn't necessarily call that pixel art. It's more of a high-res conversion, but yeah. Joseph E. West, welcome in. Okay, so what kind of icon do we want to do for the Fish Ascension? Thank you for the follow. So basically what this ascension is going to be is whenever you ascend, there's a chance to keep some of the fish that are inside of your inventory, right? That's what it is. So like what would let you keep your fish? Like the way I think about this is like you're transporting your fish to your new building. So like what is a device used to transport fish? Fish transport device. Like a cooler? I guess you don't want to do that. Whoa. This thing is freaking awesome. Look at this, guys. Yeah, I mean, I guess really it's usually just a bag. I know there's like these kinds of tanks and stuff, but you probably need that for larger fish. Apparently there's like trucks, fish transport systems. Let's check it out. I think we need a quote, guys. Let's contact them. I think it's funny how this is just like a 3D render. It's kind of cool. So yeah, I guess a truck makes sense. I mean, I'm imagining like, you know, we do like a box or something like this. It wouldn't just be like a single bag because it's going to be many fish that we're transporting. I don't know. Is that Insane Aquarium Deluxe music I hear in the background? Yes, it is. Insane Aquarium is freaking awesome. I need to play it more. I really wish there were more games like Insane Aquarium. It's kind of sick. In a way, it almost feels a little bit like an incremental game. Especially like in the sandbox area, or your like whatever that tank is called, but you're where you get to keep your pets and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I don't know if the Steam version is super compatible in Windows 11. I'll have to try it, but yeah, bags with an oxygen icon. I could see something like that. Yeah, I don't know what we want to do here, because one of the things too is I don't want it to feel like, you know, if you spend this money on an ascension and it's just a plastic bag, feels a little underwhelming, you know, I would say. But if you have like a gizmo, some kind of fancy machine to do it, I think it feels a little bit more like, I don't know, like a cool upgrade versus just a bag. But I know this is how you transport fish. I mean, I've taken many fish home in bags. But like, yeah, I mean, if you're like a public aquarium moving your fish to a new building, it's probably a much more complicated process. You can't just stuff them in a bunch of bags. You said the fish tank's my screensaver and collecting so many shells overnight? Yeah. I used to do that all the time. It's epic. I'm always really surprised nobody's made like a modernized version, you know? And like I could see like the same like gameplay, but it's sort of being adapted into like a different setting, right? I mean, really all it is just, it's the concept of feeding creatures. They grow up and they give you money and you buy upgrades. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. And then you've got your pets and stuff and the different guys that come and attack. Yeah. One of the things that's disappointing about this is, you know, like you're locked in like the 6:4 aspect ratio and it's scary when you open it because it doesn't have like a borderless window option. It's really just all that stuff is like the thing that I feel like is unfortunate. But yeah, you'd say like a boxer truck. Yeah, that's probably gonna be the play. Thought about doing a modern version of that game, a beta pixel art. Maybe it's time to, you know, pull out the. I don't know. This is the one thing that's so difficult. There's so many game ideas I'd love to tackle, but I don't have the bandwidth for it, you know? It's kind of unfortunate. Would be really cool though. Should just steal half of PopCap's library. Honestly, it's so true though. You know? There's a lot of bangers in here that are just so, I feel like they're limited just because of the era they were developed, you know? But man, like a modernized Insane Aquarium would be so fire. That game's about to become 20 years old very soon, which is crazy. So I was only 3 years old when this came out? I guess so. But yeah. It's pretty cool. Maybe next game. After all the other projects. You never know. One thing that gets me about this game, yeah, is the length, which there's more levels per tank. Yeah, it's always, I mean, it's kind of a short game if you really grind through all the levels. It's kind of unfortunate. It'd be so cool to have a modern version. I have seen there's a game that Graham is publishing. The people that made Picune Dreams, they're making another game, Cadaver, not that one. And it's kind of like Plants vs. Zombies, where you have like this, like, you know, grid of tiles and you place down your cards. It's literally Plants vs. Zombies. So, I mean, why can't we steal PopCap? You know? Insane Aquarium replanted. Yeah, we upscale all the fish with AI and the battle music plays the whole game. Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. Oh, man. Played the original one on Flash and only had the first 2 tanks and graphics were a bit of a downgrade. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome in, Dobbs. But yeah, I mean, they don't like own the... This is the thing about gameplay mechanics are not copyrightable, right? Because it's like, how would you... I guess the only one I can think of is like the Nemesis system or something. I don't know what the details are around that, but yeah, I mean, the thing that you copyright is assets and names. So obviously we can't call it Insane Aquarium and use the same assets, but you know, why can't you just go and make the same gameplay? There's no one stopping you. So yeah, I don't know how they got a gameplay mechanic like that copyrighted. It must have just been very specific, you know? I mean, it's hard to say. I don't know. But yeah. The Nemesis system. It seems like weird though. Like, how would you like... I mean, I imagine you'd only be infringing on copyright if it was literally identical to the way that they implemented their Nemesis system though, right? So it feels like one of those things where it's like, even though they do have a copyright on a Nemesis system, it's like uber specific, you know? Probably. I mean, that's the way that copyrights and work and patents is like, you have to outline everything. So. Yeah, they formed a patent, right? Which is weird. They patented a game mechanic. Yeah, because copyright, you can't copyright a mechanic, because copyright is different from a patent. Copyright is like only for Like, you can't copyright a concept or idea. You can only copyright like something tangible, like an asset or music or something, right? So I don't know how you could get around it. You could use probably something like the Nemesis system, but just not exactly the same, because then you won't be infringing on the patent. So, not that I'm planning to, but you know. Nintendo's copyrighted or patented probably keeping monsters in balls and make them fight for you. Yeah, I mean, I could understand in some cases where it's something so core to the identity of a game, it kind of makes sense. Like Pokemon, if you have a ball that contains monsters, then that's kind of like just Pokemon. Like you're definitely stealing that. I don't think it's the kind of thing that you would like accidentally come up with also, but I don't know. But there's ways that there's like similar stuff, but just slightly different. Like Digimon is like the same concept, but it's just not a ball. They're just digitally stored or something, you know? So I don't think it's that big of a deal. But anyways, yeah, I miss games like this. Back in the day, I played so many demos like Insane Aquarium, Speedy Egbert. Yeah, I used to play a lot of Flash games and stuff. It was always really fun. Yeah, I wish there was just more like arcadey games like that, honestly. Definitely, I tire of the massive like 40-hour linear experiences and stuff. I've always just loved this kind of stuff where you can pop in and play for a little bit and just quit. It doesn't feel like it's like demanding so much from you, you know? Definitely don't feel that way with other games. I think we should patent Tic-Tac-Toe. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That'll totally work. Hey guys, we've patented the concept of tic-tac-toe, so nobody is allowed to play tic-tac-toe anymore. Yeah. Yeah, the Nemesis system patents total garbage. Yeah. Can't have enemies remember past events or change based on those events. See, I think that's the thing is like with a patent, you're only really infringing upon the, now, I'm not a lawyer. Let me say this first. Most importantly, I think you only infringe on a patent if like you're infringing on everything in a patent. I mean, this is why like patents have to be ultra specific, because we don't want patents that are patenting a simple system that is used in other places already, right? So it's probably not as comprehensive as people think it is. I went through this whole course in university with a lot about patent stuff, and it's, yeah, patents are very, very specific, you know? So I don't even know why they would bother, because it's probably not gonna like stop anyone. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably just sort of to scare people away rather than actually like legally pursue people stealing their patent. You know what I mean? I imagine it's a similar thing with Nintendo too. Kind of like sending more of a message than it is actually a practical patent. So, remember Nintendo tried to patent the mechanic of riding an animal companion? That's crazy. That's not there's no way that they're gonna let a patent like that slide unless it's like, again, uber specific. I'm not storing them in a ball, it's a sphere. What about just storing them in a cube? You know, then you're fine. This is the thing that's stupid. That's why nobody patents mechanics, because there's just no point. The only way to get it patented is to be so specific that the patent is kind of useless, right? That's the thing. So, I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna draw some box, I guess, for this fish transportation gizmo. and then put it there. Oh, that's too big though. I'll have to figure out the dimensions of this. Maybe like that would be okay. Okay. You can't glide holding onto a monster anymore in Power World? Really? Stupid. I think patenting and copyright and stuff like that is kind of ridiculous, honestly. Patents are so expensive these days anyways, it's not really like a protection against, like, you know, individuals very often, right? It's pretty much just for big companies. I mean, it costs like thousands of dollars to get a patent. And the big thing too with patents is most of the time you have to pay somebody like a patent lawyer to formulate your patent, because there's so many rules and restrictions, and you have to word things so specifically that you can't just like go out and be like, here's my patent, and then get it. It's hard. So again, not a lawyer though. So, you know, don't listen to me. Oh wait, this would be okay. This would be 2 like that. Okay, there's our box. Oh god. Epic box. Okay. Then now we just make it look cool and epic. Nemesis patent has never been used in court and also runs out 10 years from now. Yeah, that's another thing about patents too, is they expire. So that's why a lot of companies actually choose not to do a patent. Because, like, let's say for example, Coca-Cola patented the recipe for Coca-Cola, then they would lose, like, they would first off make their recipe public information, and then after a certain amount of time, now the recipe for Coca-Cola is public information and anyone can recreate it. So sometimes patents are actually like a bad thing for you, honestly. It just depends. They are not really worth it. Unless you're like some like pharmaceutical company or something and like really need a patent. But again, that's the thing. They're not really designed for normal people. It's like a company thing. It's not like you're gonna like go patent your burger recipe or something. It's probably not worth it. Unless your burgers are so famous that that's your entire source of income. Let's do that there. All right, so a box, huh? We're making a box. We'll put like some water in here so it looks like, you know, it's like filled up with liquid. And then have a lid over here. I don't know how big the lid will be. I can't really go too much more, so I'll have to lower the whole thing again. So I got to keep the 2 pixel gap so I can do the outline, and then also the other outline on top of that too. Right? Let's see if this works. Feels about right, and then we'll have the bright spot up here. Shading and whatnot. Here, let's do this a little bit though. Maybe like that much. That'll work. And then we'll have the dark shading over there. I think that should be it. Lid. We'll need some hinges. Okay. And then let's make this whole box probably white. And this should be this color. Same with here. Look at that box. Crazy. Yeah, they try to act on people using the Nemesis system. Yeah, that's another thing too that's funny is like they would receive so much public outlash by it. I don't even know if they could practically you know, enforce their own patent, which is funny. Because it's just going to be a bad thing for them if they do. Make a new game called Poke Guys, exclusively captures things in Pokehedrons. Yeah, see, there you go. It's fine. It's got around the copyright, the patent. It's crazy. Okay, I think I might want to shift, do this. Because then I can do like a sharp corner. Yeah, I think I'll do that. And there, since that's sort of rounded around the corner. Okay. Let's move that there. I think that's pretty good. And maybe I put a little icon of a fish on the front or something, so it's kind of obvious it's like a fish thing, you know? And not just like a food cooler. Perspective is annoying, guys. Because it's like I gotta like make it perspective, but I guess that's good enough. This should just be like a little inlay. Maybe I'll put some fish in here, you know? It's like there's guys in here. Yeah. Okay. Only other thing I guess we would probably do is add some like ventilation. Like it's got some kind of like gizmo to control the conditions in this container. Probably have a latch on the front also. Sort of like that. I would actually do this, I think. Go like full color. And then, boom, latch. And then we need the latch section there. Good enough. I think that's pretty much it. And then let's do some outlining and stuff. Make them Google polyhedrons. Yeah, you could actually, technically. I mean, if you ever like had to defend that in court or something, I think everyone would be like, this is stupid. And you probably would fail and you'd lose. But it's kind of funny though. Be an epic prank. Oops. Hold up, I didn't actually select the thing. There we go. Gotta do some of this around here. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all I can really think of for the shading and stuff on this. Maybe some of this. Smooth out the water. But that's basically it. Alright, so what do we even call this gizmo? I think it's just like a fish transportation, you know? That's really what it is. So I don't like how these look. Well, I've got to do a couple things. Yeah, also like fish need air to breathe, so we probably have like you know, holes to breathe on here. They don't need a, well, basically what this is you need to make sure there's air in a container for the air to diffuse into the water. Because even though they have gills, obviously, if there's no air around where the water is, then they can suffocate, so they need to have access. It seems odd, like that doesn't make any sense because they're fish, but that's how it works. Looks like a freezer? Nah. It's a fish transportation box. It's completely different. All right, good enough. Ooh. Oh. Okay. And then we're gonna have multiple levels to this one. It's getting hard to fit all the things around the initial ascension node, so I don't know where I'm gonna put these, but we'll figure that out. Bo Yummy or Bow Yummy, welcome in. How's it going? Welcome in, Josh. Welcome back in. Yeah, I was watching another streamer. Yeah. Dissolved oxygen, exactly, yeah. Am I gay? I am not. It's the stash. Oh, thank you. So should be, oh yeah, I didn't actually add it to the tree. Yeah, I wanted to look, where are we actually gonna put this? Because the problem is I can't like easily fit it in one of these spots, because it's gonna be hard. Where would we put it instead? I could see it going after strong economy, like that being a prerequisite. Because it's just kind of this single node off by itself here anyways, so let's do that. All right. So it's going to be similar to how we have this one set up. Let's go find the strong economy. Ally Ascension. Fish transportation. All right. And then we're going to have this string so we can swap out the level. So now here's the next problem, guys. I have to describe somehow to the players how the like percentage system works, right? For like keeping your fish. Might be a little complicated. Unless I just am nondescript, but that's not very fair. How would I do this? Increases the chance to... what's your stance on using add a code for help and not for vibe coding? I mean, it's definitely a better option. Obviously, if you're just purely vibe coding, then you're going to get kind of a mess of code, I think. But if you're using it more as like a helper, you know, or basically like a replacement to like Stack Overflow or something, then I think it's better. I still don't use it at all. Just because, you know, hallucination is still a problem. And especially when you're working with like newer versions of Godot and stuff like that, it tends to kind of spew nonsense. So, but yeah. I think it's always so funny. It like, whenever I see people use it, it like, I don't know, it's so odd. It like says stuff like, oops, sorry about that. You're right, I'm wrong. Like, I don't know, it's so weird. See, something using a 8-sided star, you could, Oh, reorganized have 8 upgrade trees. So you're saying almost like oh, you're just saying inside of the Ascension because it's like symmetrical with the icon for the Ascension then. Yeah, I could see doing that. I don't know. I think it's okay. How do you know if you don't use it? I mean, really the source of information I get like with programming is most of the time from forums. The Godot forums. I mean, I don't really run into a lot of like problems where I can't solve things. But if there is like a problem I cannot figure out, it's usually the Godot forums. Otherwise, I just read the documentation. Because this has got really all the information I need. So I feel like this works. But then there's also like the Discord server. I can actually ask people. The Godot Steam Stoat server can be helpful sometimes. I don't think I've asked a question in there yet, but it's good to know that it's there if I need to. But I mean, there's so many people that know Godot very well. It's kind of crazy that I would ask a bot instead of a professional that knows what they're doing. You know what I mean? I think it's just a more true source of information. And there's so many things that you pick up using an engine that I don't think an AI would really understand. You know, little tricks and tips that come along with learning systems, I think. Yo, New Jank, welcome in. Thanks so much for the raid. What's going on? Yeah, what are we up to today on your stream? Let's see, we'll bet. Adds a chance to keep some of your fish after Ascension. Rare, the fish lower chance has to keep it. Yeah, it's just the thing I have to like quantify it, or at least I'd like to, where I could be like, increases by 20%, you know? So we'll have to figure that one out. Might be a little hard. Let's see, Ryan, use GameMaker. It's been around since like 2002. If I need to look something up somewhere else, or someone somewhere has done it. It's the same with a lot of engines, even with Godot, I feel like that. Like, you know, people have used Godot a lot. Also, like with jams now, it's like one of the primary engines people use. There's a lot of information about it, so. Yeah, welcome in everyone. Also, Cankles, what's going on? I've been working on a rail shooter project inspired by a game called Sin and Punishment. Interesting. I've not heard of that game before. Here it is. What is a rail shooter? I don't know if I even know what that is. Rail shooter. Subgenre of shoot 'em up. Locks the player character into a set path. Oh, so it's kind of like I think I get it. It's like yeah, like you're the one like controlling like your shooting and stuff, but the like environment you're going through is like predetermined, right? I think I get the idea. Where like the camera and stuff is like moving. That's why it's like a rail shooter. It's like you're on like a railroad track. Yeah, that's really cool though. Yeah, I'll have to come in and check it out. Yeah, that kind of stuff is always in like arcades. I was gonna say arcade buildings, but that's not a thing. Well, it is. Anyways. Yeah, I saw almost half of GMTK entries were Godot. Yeah, it's crazy how much Godot has kind of been popularized recently, you know? I think it's just a great engine for stuff like game jams because it's really easy to get a project moving quickly. I think with stuff like on Unity and Unreal, you know, I've used it before. It's a lot more setup. Godot, you can just pop in and start making nodes immediately. So yeah, it's cool though. It's very great to see like a tool you're using become like really popular and successful because it means that your tool gets more support and gets better. So it's kind of nice. Yeah, my project's going good. Lurden came out almost a month ago now, and it's been going good. So we're just working on some post-launch updates right now, adding in some more. It's crazy how big our ascension tree has already gotten from this point. It's pretty wild. Yeah, just doing some new features and stuff that'll come out with 1.2. Yeah, we're definitely getting closer to Lurden being in a more complete state. I mean, I don't know how long I'm going to be updating the game for. Eventually, we'll probably kind of slow down a little bit on updates. But yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, how many game engines have 24-ish years of people doing things? Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, I mean, GameMaker's a pretty old engine. Unity and stuff has been around for a long time. I mean, the thing, though, with, engines is that they update, and so a lot of the times information from decades ago just don't really work anymore. So it depends. I don't know how much of like the repository of GameMaker's knowledge is still usable, but yeah, I've been using since like 2016-ish, back when 3D was super janky. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, man. Yeah, I knew about it a long time ago. You know, I remember like seeing some stuff. I think I also saw like the multi-cursor thing. I was like, that's cool. But yeah, I never really dived into it or tried it though until like 2023. So I guess honestly, in comparison to a lot of other people, I'm pretty much a fake fan. You know, I'm not nearly as experienced with Godot as a lot of people are. But it's been a really good engine so far, though. Yeah, I have no idea like what the engine was like back, 10 years ago when it was like Godot 2 and 3. I mean, from what I saw and stuff back then, like it definitely seemed cool. But yeah, 3D. I know 3D back then was a little janky, but I think 3D these days seems pretty solid. At least from what I've messed with. So yeah. It's cool though. I love when tools improve. And this is something I always notice with open source tools is they just get better and better. Like I've had a lot of tools. A lot of tools have actively gotten worse as time goes on. Paywalls show up and all this garbage. But like stuff like Blender, OBS, Godot, all these community supported tools they're so good. They just get so good over time. Fine wine. But Blender, I mean, the UI in Blender used to be pretty annoying and terrible, but it's been insane how much better it is. Every single update that comes out is massive improvements to everything. So yeah, Blender is so cool now. And it's really cool because Blender now is like an industry standard program. Like 10 years ago, all anyone would ever talk about is, whatever it's called, 3DS, or no, not 3DS, that's the Nintendo console. Maya, 3D modeling, this one. Autodesk Maya is the one I'm thinking of. And then what's the other one? It's like Cinema 4D is the one I'm thinking of. Like all these programs. But now Blender is like totally valid to learn, which is really cool. In industry, right? Not just as like a little specialty thing, but like you could learn Blender and advertise that knowledge and skills, which is really cool. Blender could literally do everything. Yeah, that's what's so great about Blender is it's so versatile. So people use it for movies now, like with the Backrooms movie was old Kane's Blender stuff, which is super cool. Video games, like professional, like advertisements and stuff. It's crazy. 3D Max, yeah, I think that's all those ones. Yeah, even video editing, which is scary, but it's possible. I don't know. I saw I think it was Hypnotic was like editing videos in Blender, and I was like, oh my god, this is insane. This is I can't. It's kind of astounding. I don't think their video editor is great, but it's there if you want, I guess. Your first 3D modeling program was Animator with an 8. It's funny. Anything that has an 8 in the name, you know, instantly like the period of time it's from. This is crazy. It's cool. Animator 1.0 came out in 2017. Yeah, it's been around for a while, since early 2000s. Yeah, it's cool. Gallery 19. Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. Crazy though. Yeah, I can't imagine like Blender. Everyone should just learn Blender. It's so powerful. Yeah, the red bird, yeah. Recently I wanted to mess around and I found a script to make something orbit around a point from like 15 years ago and it still worked. Oh, okay, nice. It's always nice when stuff like actually works. Yeah, it's nice because all the basic shortcuts the same everywhere. Yeah. But yeah. I'm a big fan of open source. I hope open source continues to become cool and epic. So increases the chance to keep fish in your inventory on Ascension. And then percent, I'll just say chance drops with rarity and value. We'll just say that. Okay. So that'll probably work. Let's just go make sure it shows up in the tree properly. Lurk for a few, grab some food. Sounds good. Yeah, thanks again for the raid. I really appreciate it. Blender purchased by Adobe for $6 billion. That would be so sad if that actually happened. But I think they did that for an April Fool's. And for one microsecond, I was like, what? But it wasn't real. So that would be like truly sad though if that did happen. I hope it doesn't. Whoa, oh, I forgot to make it a child of the strong economy. Oopsies. It did actually kind of work okay though, but I like it to not be too dense with things. And since we have this guy just kind of sitting there anyways, I think it's one of them situations where we can do strong economy requirement. Okay. Let's try this out. Okay. Is like what is Blender? Like the organization behind it? Is it like a non-profit? I don't even know. The Blender organization. The Blender Foundation. Yeah, they're a non-profit organization. So I actually don't even know if they can be sold. I don't think you can sell a non-profit, right? How does that even work? Which is actually super cool if they're a non-profit. That's pretty awesome. Can you sell a non-profit? No. So you can dissolve it. But like, yeah, I don't think you can sell it. Yeah, non-profits have got all these rules and stuff. So yeah, I don't think like it's ever possible for the Blender Foundation to be acquired. I mean, they can be dissolved, but Yeah, we don't ever have to worry about that. But here's the great thing, guys. Let's say Blender did get dissolved. It's open source and everyone can access the code, so you can just like keep working on it. Somebody would just come along and do Blender Foundation 2 and then continue business as usual. So that's what's kind of pretty cool about open source. You never really ever have to worry about your software like going away. So the Blender was dissolved by acid for 6 billion. No. This is crazy. Does NASA use Blender? Yes, NASA does use Blender. Alright, anyways. Okay, so we got the Ascension in here now. We just have to actually implement the code that makes it do things. So yeah. So I'll have to create a function that determines a chance. It's going to take in a couple different factors, stuff like tier of the fish, the rarity of the fish, you know, so whether are they a common fish, a rare fish, legendary, etc. And then we can figure it out. Shouldn't be too bad, hopefully. Yo, Oscar, welcome in. How's it going? What are we adding in this time? We're working on some Ascensions and Lured In today. So, you know, actually, we do need to swap over, though. Let's go work on some triple T, because it's about time. I was gonna do that at like the 2-hour mark, but now we've been going for 3 hours, so I messed up, guys. but yeah, just new Ascension stuff. I also added in like the ability to collect little research vials that drop from your researchers, so it's coming along. Oh yeah, Kankles, are you still here, by the way? You asked a question earlier, I forgot to answer. Another core member I have is, let's see, Ari Feldman. What is this? All these things. That's IMDb. If it's like movies. I don't know if that's the same guy. Sprites on WidgetWorks. Yeah, this one. What has he got here? Sprite library. So you can like download it. Just a bunch of different sprites to use. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Are you doing a big transportation device to transfer large fish? I probably won't make it like super complicated. I think I'll just keep the one line of Ascensions. But yeah. Another website that's also really great for assets is Open Game Art. This one has been around for a long time, but there's a bunch of stuff on here that you can get, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff here. I've never really used much from here. I think one time I grabbed like some sounds, but normally I get most of my sounds from Freesound and edit them. I don't typically get like a big pack of sounds ever, so. Woman face. But yeah, it's always been a cool website. And can't forget the GOAT, you know, Kenny. I see so many games using like the Kenny input prompts, and I use it too because it's cool. You know, input prompts are one of those things you don't really want to waste time drawing, but that's why it's great to just get an asset pack like this. You just get all of the input prompts for like every controller ever. It's got like Steam Deck specific prompts. You've got so many. Even Steam controller, which is cool now. The GameCube. I don't even know why you would need that. I guess if you're somehow developing for the GameCube. Wii U, Wii, the play date. And then you've also just got like generic inputs and stuff. Switch 2, PlayStation, regular Switch, keyboard and mouse, obviously. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I've got some feedback on Tic-Tac-Toe. Should make it so you can tap the count of players and edit it by typing instead of clicking. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think this should be doable. I can change this field into a line edit. Oops, not a control node. And then just have this be like the value so that you can click on it and change it if you want. Yeah. So that would work pretty well. I'll have to make sure. I'll have to do some checks though to make sure the value you entered in is allowed. You know? So I'll put in like that or something as the placeholder text. Well, you should never see the placeholder text. There always has to be a value there, so. Yeah, I'll have to figure out how to do that. Have so many Kenny assets. Yeah, they're good. They're real solid stuff. Like, I guess we can change the title of our... Oh, man, I hate my Invisalign, guys. It makes me just lisp all the time. Change this to Tic-Tac-Toe. More UI. Sure. I think we're sneezing the ads. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to reuse this scene, this node here for all the different options in the game. I just called it a spin panel because it's kind of like the spin box node, but it's got like another thing here. And I need these for controller because you're not going to be able to edit this value directly. So seems like a good idea. Yeah, I can just save this as a scene and then duplicate it a bunch for the other options. Another thing we also need to set up with this is make it so you can only edit this if you are the server, because you should not be able to edit this if you're not the server. And then also synchronize the value of this option across to clients. And I don't need to actually synchronize the real value. I can just synchronize the text on this label node. So that's probably what we'll do. So yeah. The sprite library from back in the day is Rainer's tile set, so yeah. Look that one up. Rainer's tile sets. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch here. Oh, these are epic. 2D graphics, you got like 2D environments. Yeah, look at all these guys. I've definitely seen some games that use these, I feel like. Yeah, there's all cool stuff. These are kind of a vibe. It gives me like a Fallout like 1 or 2 vibe, you know? Like all these like early 3D modeled assets. It's pretty cool. Like the way the shadows are like so dark. It's kind of cool. Might have to use those one day. Yeah, use the same UI unless the settings are true or false. Yeah, those, I'll probably do a different type of panel because I'll do like a checkbox instead, I think. Because there's no need to have it be arrows and a number and all this stuff. It's either on or off, so there might be a couple options like that probably. I'm probably going to work on this menu a lot more and have like some tabs so you can like go through different, you know, parts, like general lobby settings and like gameplay settings, and you know, have a whole options menu basically. But let's work on the spin panel though, because I do want this to be like a good node that I can reuse. So yeah, let's add a line edit. And we'll rename it to value. Okay. So in here, let's get a reference to it. I'll just say input, or you know, I'll just call it, no, I can't call it value. Sure, input field. It's a type of line edit equal to that. Yeah, I need to do that with some of these other nodes too. This one actually is bad. You change that to input field. Oh wait, no, that's the regular label. Setting name, or setting or name label. It's a type of label. It's equal to that. Let's go ahead and just save it as a scene right now. So call the spin panel. Then we can go edit it in here. All right, so this is going to, yeah, let's change this layout stuff. I want that to expand in the middle. Yeah, I didn't know that website's still around. It's crazy. So make it so people can change the spawn chance of every special tile. Yeah, we have to implement a lot of systems like that. Right now, it's just a preset map. But if we do that kind of stuff where we have like procedural maps, then we'll have a whole area for determining that stuff. So yeah, it'd be cool. I kind of want this to be flat, I think. We'll see. So keep it aligned in the center. Okay. And then I need to do the same thing with this thing, which is like, let's do text submitted. So I have to hit enter. That's probably going to be the best way to do it. And call update, convert new text to int. So what we'll do is this, where if new text dot is valid int, right? Then we want to call update with the new int. Or with the new value. Yeah, so we call update with that. Because it'll clamp it back to the real values and stuff and update all of our things. So now instead of this saying text, what can this be? I mean, it can only be text, right? Can I like force this to be only numbers? There's editable maximum length. We don't really need to have that. Nah. That's fine. We should be able to just, yeah, convert that value into a string and set it to that input. Okay. So let's see if this works. I don't know if it will. So now I can edit this box and put in a number. And then when I hit enter, it'll clamp the value. So that actually does seem to work. And then if I put in something stupid that like doesn't work, like this, then okay, so that seemed to apply. We're gonna have to check if it's not a valid integer and then reset it back into a number, right? So if it's not a valid int, otherwise just call update. So let's say I put in letters and then it just reverts back to a number. So yeah, that seems to work pretty well. We're good there. So I can put in like whatever number I want, you know, 7, and then hit enter. And then if it is a valid number, it calls the function and sets it to that. Also, like what happens though if I say like 10? Okay, it still does disable the button and stuff. So yeah, this works pretty well, honestly. And then another thing that I want to have in here now is a synchronizer node. And we will be synchronizing the text in the line edit, just on change. And make sure that only happens on the server. So do that. And another thing with the spin panel is I'm going to disable all of these functions for, you know, if you're the server or not. So we call update initially right away. So, so disable is true, or let's just say or not is server. And then have on ready bar is servers equal to multiplayer dot is. Ooh, I'm gonna have to fix that though, because it's not gonna immediately. I'll just call it here. I think it'll be okay. Anyways, I just realized your UI is really similar to Yoshi's Crafted UI. That might actually be a good reference to look at then, honestly. Yoshi Crafted World. Let's take a look. Let's see if it's in the game database UI. Game UI database, I mean. Yoshi's Crafted World. Unfortunately, I don't think it's here. Oh, there it is. It is here. Cool. So we can look at all this UI. Yeah, it definitely has that vibe. This is the energy I wanted for the UI, honestly, is for it to kind of have this like papery, like drawn energy. So that's actually good that it's similar. That was the goal. Yeah, so this is pretty interesting to look at for reference, honestly. So they've got, yeah, very similar stuff going on. I like how they have these like funny patterns and stuff. It's kind of neat. Might have to do something like that. Okay. Yeah, see like their buttons and stuff. They got these little icons, which is cool. Now, I assume this is like, is this multiplayer? Collection counters. What is this? Yeah, I don't know if it's single player or multiplayer or what. Probably single player, I assume. Yeah, I'll definitely have to look through this for some reference, you know, on how I could do the UI, because I like how this UI looks. I mean, it's a Nintendo, so of course it's, you know, nice and polished and stuff. Yeah, like this UI, this is interesting to see. Because yeah, I could see doing some like layering like this, where it looks like it's like paper kind of slapped on top of each other. Yeah. It's local co-op. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'm looking through here if there's like some kind of like, you know, player setup screen, because that's like one of the big parts of the UI of Tactic-Toe, but not seeing it in there. But good to know. So thanks for letting me know about that. All right. And then those should just be disabled then, so they can't do anything. Another thing too I need to do is inside of the main menu code. I don't want to connect that signal up unless right here for setting player count, right? Well, I guess what we can do is just in set player count check if we are the server or not. Because if we're not, then just don't do anything. Right. So just do that. So we should be fine. So now what should happen is the buttons will be fully disabled on clients, but whenever the server changes one of these options, it automatically updates for a client, and it should show the current values of everything. Theoretically. So we'll see if it actually works. I gotta leave for now. See you later. Sounds good, Ryan. Thank you for coming in. I do appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. Okay, I do want to test this before I start adding in a bunch of options. So I'm gonna go ahead and do another build of the game. And we're just gonna go see what happens. So let's go into here. And look away. Oh, also one thing I need to do though before we export really quick. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. If we're not the server, I'm just gonna turn off editable, right? So that should stop people from editing it. So let's go ahead and say on ready on multiplayer manager dot multiplayer, what is it? Connection started or something. What is the signal? No, it's multiplayer started. Why can't I find it? Weird. Well, we're gonna connect that up to update one more time, and then an update will say if multiplayer.is server. So if we're not the server, I want it to say that.editable, which I don't know why I'm doing it this way because I have input field. Let's just do this. Only editable if we are the server, right? Boom. Like that. And do the same thing here. I don't know why I'm not. All right, let's just go make sure it works really quick, and then we'll export again and actually go push it to Steam. Yes. And I can edit in here. I can change it to whatever I want. Very cool. Let's export one more time. Release. And then go into Steam. Go into here. Steam GUIs. Hide my screen just in case. I don't think the password will be visible, but I don't want to leak my password again. All right. Let's upload. Verifying installation. And then let's go do it. I just set it black for a minute just in case I have something on my screen, like my password visible, so that you guys don't see my password, but we were good. There wasn't anything there. All right, set as default build. Set the build live. There we go. I thought YouTube wasn't working. Yeah. Let's try it out, guys. Had my remote connection open for days. But it works. Verify integrity. Play. I need to figure out how to make it so you can invite people and they like open up and join instantly from the moment they like the game opens. I think there's probably some kind of signal or like a setting that has that, or like a function you can call or something, you know, with Steam. We'll figure it out. Boom. So look at that, guys. I can't edit the option. It's all grayed out. But watch this. When I change the setting over here, boom, it updates right away for the client. So that's really good. We have like a solid node now that I can use for all the different lobby options. So you can see I'm changing these right over here, and it's instantly updating on the client, but they're not able to change the lobby settings themselves. So you can edit it. How? Oh, did you actually update to the newest build? You're probably on the older version of the game. Make sure you verified integrity. I need to put like a little V thing on the main menu so you know what version you're on. But yeah. Is Lurden still selling good? As the first, yeah, definitely not as much as the first couple weeks. I mean, that's for sure. But I can show you guys how much money it's making. Might as well. And I assume it's allowed. I guess we'll see. Yeah, for sort of overview, if you want to relaunch your game and verify integrity, just to verify that it is working, that would be a good idea. So this is what we're at now these days. We're at 85K gross, 69K net. 31 people playing right now. And yeah, it doesn't make as much money these days as it did during launch. So that's just typical. But still, like, that's not bad. Oh, it's good? Okay, thank God. So usually it's around like $300 a day, which is good. I mean, I'm not complaining at all. So, and if I end up with about like, that's gross income. So let's say I end up with half of that. then that would be, you know, 300. I end up with about 150 a day, which is pretty good. And then you multiply that over like 7 days. So that'd be like $4,000 a month net. Theoretically. I don't know if that's actually going to happen. But so I mean, yeah, it's good. It's definitely making way more than Starground is. You know, Starground barely makes anything these days. But oh, how did you send a null message? You're saying you can right click? Oh yeah, we got to fix that. I mean, it's not like you guys can change that setting anyways, so it shouldn't matter. But let's run up a game, guys. Check out all the new stuff. What symbol are you sending, Oshik? But it's your turn. Oh, you're just clicking. Okay. Well, we'll fix that. It's this guy's turn. Oh, why can't I move my cam? Oh, I'm in the chat. Hello. All right. Let's do one there. And then it's my turn. This is going to get confusing fast. We're testing out the new breakable tiles, guys. Yo, you got triangle again? Let's freaking go. Yeah, I've been messing with the outline shader. I think that's in a good spot now. So Sheik's turn again. Oh, you're sending 0 width joiner? Okay. I'll probably just have to check that, oh, you're in chat. Yeah, I need to make it so if you click outside of the chat window, it, changes that. Yeah, the cracks are not random yet, but I think it would be cool if we had that eventually. Oh god, I don't remember which one the server is. Oh, I know he's circle, so, because he's the second person. One thing I'd really like to do, I think, is show an icon of your symbol on the left, so you know, like, what piece you are, just in case you forget. So, I'll probably add that in. Oh, it's my turn. I think I'm square. Okay. Triangle. I need to sand out an Invisalign. Kind of hurting my tongue again. This always happens. It's this guy's turn? Oh, I blocked the freaking thing, dude. What the freak, dude? But this one's not blocked. Look at that massive hole in the ground. What are you guys gonna do now, huh? Yeah, I need to implement the actual, like, game stuff, like, first. Like, I need to, now that we have the button working, that's what I was testing, is, I can now implement another one that sets, like, the required points to win the game. So, we'll definitely implement that. It's this guy's turn again. Shoot. Oh, yeah, he's the circle? Oh, wait, over here. It's so confusing. I would just leave the server, but I don't have any code set up to like skip people's turns if they take too long or if they like, I need to implement a timer on the server. So it's like, it starts counting down the second your turn starts. And if you take too long, it skips your turn. Oh, it's my turn. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys. He's a square. Put him there. I don't understand what you need to do. So in this game, you're placing down your pieces and you're basically just trying to be the first one to hit a certain number of points. So it's a little confusing now because there's no timer and we don't even have code set up to actually, you know, make somebody win yet. We're going to be doing that very soon. Yeah, we need some big UI like that. That's like your turn. That would be a good idea. So I can just have that like here, instead of it saying current turn, it says your turn, you know? Boo. This guy is the circle fella. Put him there. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Whoa. Rich text label. BB code. Let's freaking go. Can we ding a cool bell when it's player's turn? Yeah, that would definitely be a good idea. Just so it goes ding, ding, ding. Uh-oh. I didn't implement the fix on that we did with Starground yet, so now all of those messages are going to be permanently modified. Yeah, we got to do that. Okay, this guy's the circle, I think. Yes. So far, I'm on top, guys. Yeah, I need to start creating a list of like things to do. Like I do with every game. Now, finally, guys, you might have seen this little tab in here for many, many months. Ultra secret. We can finally open it up again. Change the name. This is my to-do list from the original project. Oh, sorry, it's my turn. God, I'm a fool, guys. Sorry. The chat is blue because Oshik did some rich text label stuff. And I don't have code yet set up to remove the rich text label formatting in each new message, so we'll fix it. Oh, I just noticed my arrow's not moving up and down. What's that? Ooh. Should be, I thought. Oh, do I only make it do that when it's your turn? I might. No, I don't. It just kind of stopped working for some reason. Oh, is it because I'm in the chat? Oh, that's... So the arrow stops its animation when you're in the chat. Okay, I gotta fix that. Let's write that down. Animation broken when in... Or arrow when in chat. Well, guys, game over. We had a good run. Yeah, next big things are going to be, let's create like a big to-do list, right? To-do, required points to win. And then the other thing too, big one is going to be, what happens on the board when it fills up, right? That's going to be the next big thing. So, and I think we have a couple options of how we want to do that and balance it. Like we could do either player picks a piece to delete, right? Or server picks a random piece to delete for you, right? That could also be interesting, like another option for all pieces get wiped. And what we can do for this is have a new type of panel. We'll do a options panel, so it like you can choose, it opens up a drop down, you can choose which one it is. So that would probably be a good idea. Can I add a house? Like a little house sitting somewhere next to the map? Maybe. You never know. Or a game just ends. That is an option. Yeah, you could just do game over. It would be kind of interesting because if everyone knows the game ends, then you could like purposely try and clutter up the board. Or if like, you know, you don't want the game to end, you have to be like, okay, what do I do I need to do a combo as soon as possible or otherwise we all lose, you know? Well, I think the reason it fills up so fast on this map is because we're playing with 5 people. And so with 5 people on a map, really it's a better idea to pick a different kind of map. Like you should do like a bigger map or something, you know? But yeah, anyways, it's coming along though. We're getting there. I think with just a couple more like options, you know, and setting up like the game, you know, winning conditions and stuff, then I think it would be we'd be in a pretty good spot, honestly. So if I leave now as the server, it should kick everyone here and it'll say server disconnected, right? Is that what it did for everyone? Should happen. Good. Alright. That's what should happen, so yeah. Crazy. Big moves out here, guys. Big things are happening. Yeah, it would be fun to set like crazy player limits and stuff. Have like a lobby with 20 people in it. That would be wild. It's a nice spiral. Yeah, it's just a shader I grabbed. It's like a copy of the background in Balatro. We're probably gonna remove it eventually. This is just temporary until we create like a full-on main menu. But Snap Serado's mod in here, yeah. It's epic. It's a good vibe, yeah. It's pretty nice. I don't know, maybe we do keep it. I think people think it's too much like Balatro though. So we'll figure it out. Let's keep throwing on options. So now that this box is working, it seems to be good. I can't think of any other way to improve the box. So we're gonna do copy the spin panel, duplicate a sibling, and now we're gonna call this one. Let's just call them by what they are. So this will be player limit. This one will be like win score. What would I call that setting? Win score? Win value? How would you guys describe it? Basically the score win condition. Win points. I don't know. Best of. Well, best of is complicated though, because if you do like best of 5, then you only need to win 3 times. So I don't want to imply anything confusing. Win at and score seems. Yeah, I think we could just say or winning score or something. Win score seems like the most obvious thing. Okay, so for maximum win score, I mean, they're really it can be anything. I wish I could like set inf. Oh, it actually does a value. Well, I'll just set it as something insane if we want to, like 10,000. And you have to have at least 1 point to win. But I think like a good win score is going to be like something like 5. And I want to tweak how we calculate our scores also. I want to make one more change here too. Instead of having field name as something that you have to fill out. Is this going to be the name of the node? So I'll say if name override is not empty, then set it. But otherwise, I just want to say name label is equal to name dot, and then there's a way to like format it. I can't remember the function though to do it. I think I do that inside of. It's not any of that stuff. Natural case. Do you guys remember the function? It like converts like a combined like it splits it up depending on capitalization. Is it to kebab case or something? It's like, okay, that's kebab case. We're getting there. To Pascal case, to uppercase, to int. It's some kind of case, I think. I don't remember. You like win condition? Yeah, that's fair. We'll have to see. So basically, like, it takes a string. Like, let's say the string is Bob value, then it converts it into Bob value with a space between capitals. So yeah, like just what Oshik put in there. I know that the engine does that because it does it here, where name override, it's converting a variable into like a nicely formatted name or string. I'm just trying to remember where that is. It's like, it's one of these, like, you know, 2 Pascal to lower. To into float to camel case. Strip escapes. Split floats. Split, simplify. Similarity. Whoa, that's cool. I didn't know that was a thing. R strip. R pad. Reverse, replace. Remove, repeat. I know there's a function, I've used it before. I swear I'm not crazy. I don't know if it's capitalized, but capitalized I don't think adds spaces between them, right? I can go look at that one again, though. There's indent. Get slice. Oh, no, it's not base name. So you're thinking it's 2 caps. Well, there's no function called 2 caps, but it's capitalized. Yes, it is capitalized. Thank you. All right. So what I want to do is just to make this even easier for us is we're just going to make that label just be our name dot capitalize. And it's just way easier. And I'll have options to override that just in case. But now I don't have to manually go through and like define that. It just kind of works. So if I call this node player limit and this one win score, it'll automatically do it for me. So let's go check it out. What is this? Oh, I said TXT, not text. Oopsies. My bad. And then it's complaining about value changed. A type of null instance. Oh, because it's not called spin panel anymore. It's now called player limit. Oopsies. All right, let's try it again. So it's I've been conflating capitalize and 2 string. Oh yeah, don't worry about it. We got it worked out. Yeah, so now it just shows win score because that's just the name of the node. It's just a lot easier. So you can set this to whatever you want. You can set it to 1 billion if you want. Does this keep editing or something? I'm trying to figure out. Like when I hit enter, it should go away. I don't have keep editing on text submit. So what's going on here, huh? On value text submitted. Right? Am I doing something wrong here? I hit enter. And like the cursor goes back to the beginning part, but it doesn't lose focus. Weird. Well, I guess I can just manually make it happen, so... Here we just say lose focus. Or focus release or whatever. Release focus. So does that work? No, that doesn't work. How do I stop it from editing? So that's our... What do I call it? Input field. Oh, because that's the one that has the focus, not the parent node. There we go. So now you hit enter and it actually stops editing. That's good. Okay. We're gonna do a signature move and call everything Dwaz now. Yeah, I think I might have to. It's crazy. Yeah, I like how these options are coming along, though. I could see doing like a larger menu and maybe stacking 2 columns of them. We'll have to see. But now we can change these values to whatever we want. So let's go save that win score property now. I guess that's going to be inside of our multiplayer manager. Now we have some things that are like specific though. So lobby info, like, what do we put in lobby info? I guess it'll just store the raw data. It'll be fine. If I reuse this node in another game in the future, I can make some tweaks. It shouldn't matter. So let's go ahead and call this win score. By default will be 5. Okay. And then we go back to our main menu. So let's make a new function, I think, because this is going to be important. Function set lobby property, you know? And then say key and value. Type string. Value will be type variant. And now we can set this. So we say lobby info index key is equal to value. Let's try that. Just clicking out of the chat work now? Not yet. I have to set up like a node or something that checks for your input. That was just for the options button, but okay. So set lobby property. Now we want to go set that up in our main menu code and just connect another signal here. I might figure out some way to do this better, but we'll see. So we're going to connect that to multiplayer manager. Let's set lobby property. Dot bind win score. I'll probably have to do this. So value, I don't have to bind anymore. That. All right. So now we should always know what that thing is. So I'm going to go ahead and print out a thing. Set lobby value to set lobby key that to that. Key and value. Let's go try it out. Oh yeah, there's the share command, yeah. So now you can see down there, it's setting the lobby win score. Very cool. Okay, I'm trying to think if there's anything. I need to know if it's gonna, well, it'll always be set to the default. So if I like go back in, I don't know what the current win score is. I guess it must be 1 because it's still showing 1. So yeah, it should be okay. Let's see. So now we can do a really easy check to know when somebody has won the game. Because we just check, what is your current score? If it's greater than or equal to the win score, then you win the game. That's it. So. And then I have to send a signal to all the clients, like telling them that who has won the game. Should be pretty easy to do. I just send an RPC and be like, hey guys, game is over. So. Man, these are the kind of things I want to think about having ready to reuse. Yeah. In the past, I never really cared so much about reusability, but like the thing when you're working on smaller games like this, I think it's really important because it's what makes it so you can create games faster, right? So now if I work on another multiplayer game, I can just drag and drop this code in and it just works. You know, I instantly have multiplayer working, especially if I have another kind of game that has like a lobby like this. So it just seems like a good idea to kind of think about that stuff, right? Yeah, the core chunks. Yeah, exactly. Just like sort of keep it in mind. I mean, it doesn't have to be like ultra reusable where I can literally drag and drop all of the code and it just works perfectly. It's fine if I have to spend a couple minutes or like an hour going through and tweaking some things for each project, but as long as just like the core is there. And that's one of the reasons I have this multiplayer manager node. I used to do this like entwined with all the game logic, but I'm keeping everything separate. So the logic that handles like the game is separate from the multiplayer logic. And that's important because then I can just copy all this multiplayer code and it just works and I don't have to do a thing. So I think it's going to be a big help. The only thing I should ever have to edit in here is the default lobby info, right? Otherwise it should all just work just fine because there's nothing in here that's specific to Tactic Toe. I'm just going to start calling it Triple T. It's easier to say. But yeah, welcome in everyone. Devs Henry. Let's see, how's the project going? It's going pretty good. Yeah, it's coming along. We're just working on some options and like getting lobby settings configured. But we're getting there for sure. Building my Godot game, watching someone else building another game. Let's go. Very cool. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now, learning the Godot peer-to-peer stuff. Got Steam lobbies hooked up and postponing manual servers. Yeah, manuals, like doing manual servers. I mean, it's definitely nice to have that ability, but you know, I've been so far just completely ignoring manual servers, and it's been divine. You know, I kind of don't mind the game being like DRM'd to Steam, you know, because like Steam is cool. It's different like if I was doing like some other plugin or something that I was like locked into, but Steam is I don't mind it being only playable on Steam. I don't know if I'm really gonna put this game anywhere else anyways, so it seems okay so far. Yeah, first time here, what's the game about? This is a new prototype game that we've been messing with, but essentially it is tic-tac-toe, but you're able to play with more people, and there's different special tiles on the map, so we're just getting some basic options and stuff set up. But you can see like what the map is looking like here, so you've got like a larger, more than 3x3. There's going to be special tiles like these, so you can activate these tiles by making a combo on top of them. And you can also do different kinds of combos. So normally in tic-tac-toe, you can only do this. But now you can do like a 5 in a row. You could do a 4. So there's different patterns that you can do. And whenever you do clear one out, it deletes the tiles from the board. So it's interesting because if you have like, let's say there's a guy over here that like has a combo almost ready to go. And then over here you have like this person blocking their combo. Then you do your pattern, your tiles are now freed up, and then this guy can make a move. So I think it's kind of strategically interesting having to worry about the, like what happens after your combo, right? But yeah, it's coming along. I'm trying to make a 3D classic Snake in Unity. It's hard. 3D is really hard, especially if you've never done any 3D stuff before. Because, I mean, you're working with a whole new dimension, literally, so it can be a lot of work. Panicked about maintaining a live game. Yeah, more familiar with them, but I'm going to leverage what I can. Yeah. Yeah, with Steam, the way I'm probably going to do it, because, yeah, I don't want to have to, like, you know, worry about stuff, like servers and stuff, so I'm going to do, like, lobbies, like you're also doing, and not have any, like, dedicated server support. I don't think it's worth it, all the extra programming and stuff, you know? Because I did it with Starground, where I let people do, like, dedicated servers, but I don't know. It's just so much work to try and support that stuff on top of all the other multiplayer. So I'm just sort of like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. Looks cool. Thank you. Yeah. How bad is asking AI to write your code for a game? I mean, I try and definitely avoid it. You know, it can, the problem with letting AI write all your code is then you're not learning anything. And so you're never going to get better than what the AI is already doing for you. So that's why I think it's always kind of a good idea to not just directly inject AI code in. I think it's usually far better to kind of use it as like a helper or give you like tips. But I don't ever recommend actually like just copying code into your project, right? So Marksman's very hard to change. And yeah, no learning. Yeah, that's the big downsides. Is it like Connect 4? In a way, the thing with Connect 4 is like you have gravity. So like in this game, if you place down a piece, it just sits there. In Connect 4, like what would happen is like it would like drop down, you know? But that's not really the case here. So it's similar. I mean, Connect 4 and Tic-Tac-Toe are similar games in a lot of ways, but there's definitely differences. I kind of now want to compare every game to Connect 4, yeah. Well, I'm just going to keep working away at all the things in this game, but it's coming along. We're going to keep working on new lured in content. Yeah. Continuing to ignore the elephant in the room. Starground. I don't know what to do, guys. I really don't. If I could press a button and I could stop working on Starground forever, then I would be very happy. But I don't know. Connect 4 is a gem, not gonna lie. It is pretty good, yeah. Point system, yeah, we've got points on the left here. That's like your score. So I'm gonna tweak how the score works, but yeah, whenever you make a 3-piece, that's like 1 point. A 4 would be 2 points, and then doing 5 in a row would be 3. So yeah. If it makes enough money to hire someone to work on it, I don't think that's in the cards, unfortunately. It doesn't even make enough money for like me, even like half of what a normal salary would be. So it's just not really there. I don't know. It's hard. I was in a thread discussion, and the topics were floating around like dev expectations nowadays versus price point and follow up. And the gist is, don't worry about the reviews. Stay sane. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's hard. I don't know. I think with Starground, I'm just gonna have to like start working on like final content right away, you know, and just get the game finished. Do just the bare minimum to say that it's done, because it's just so hard to like. The problem with Starground is like you guys don't like know how complicated it is to work on stuff in this game, you know, like it's just a nightmare. And it's so hard to go back seeing the other side. I've seen over the hill, and I've this lush green valley of game ideas, small games ripe for the picking, and it's just this beautiful field of game development, and Starground's in the back, and it's dried up, it's cracked over, it's evil, it's spiky, it's a wasteland. And so like in my brain, it's like, why would I ever go back to the wasteland when I can go to the green lush valley and thrive? That's the boat that I'm in right now. You know? It's just really hard to like get my brain in the right mood to work on Starground. I don't know. It's complicated. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I'll have to keep thinking about it. Okay, I want to help, but I want to finish my first. Oh yeah, don't worry about it. For v1.2, are you expanding the rooms for Lured In? It's possible. I've been thinking about doing the fish breeding system. Which actually, let me write that down, honestly. And that would include a new room that you would buy. So, not completely opposed. I don't know if I'm going to be doing a bunch of like new tanks or not. Not sure about that yet, but we will see. So we'll think about it. Yeah, here's someone who's, I wish I had the money to. Technically, I could help you add stuff to Starground. Part of me has considered just making Starground open source. So like people can still like do stuff and I can like, you know, for people that want to add more stuff to Starground, I'm totally fine with that kind of thing. I don't know. I'll have to think. Feel that way about projects that I haven't even finished. Yeah. It's really hard. I don't know. Too big of a project. It definitely is. You know, there's just so many things I did with Starground. It's way too grand. Because I've been working on this for years now. And the thing is like I did Lured In like 6 months time. And like, it's already made as much money as Starground. It's 4 times more profitable already. And that's just in the past, not even a month out yet. And this is why it's been so difficult to justify Starground anymore. You know, it's really complicated. What app is that? Yeah, this is Obsidian, by the way. It's a really good note-taking app. I'd recommend giving it a look. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Because like Starground it's multiplayer. It's got like editable terrain. It's just too many things, you know? In Starground, it just became the everything game, right? That's what happened. So welcome back in, Fortnite Gamer Xbox. No links in chat, please. So yeah, I don't know. It's rough. And it's so hard because it's an early access. If this game was already released, then I would definitely stop. But it's like I just don't morally feel right just stopping development when it's still in early access. So I really do think it's not gonna. Yo, thank you so much for the gifted sub to New Jank. Let's go. Got the confetti already activated. I didn't have to do it this time. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. Early access is such an evil thing, you know? It's like, I wish I didn't do it, honestly, but it's just really hard to say. How moddable is it without open sourcing it? I mean, I do have like modding systems in place, but you know, it's really hard to just say, development's done, guys. Just mod the game instead. Like, that's not a valid excuse, right? I don't know. There's a low passion, low funds. Maybe time to move to something else that is that drive and is smaller. Yeah, I mean, which is all the stuff I'm working on now, right? Like, Lured In is really fun to work on, and it's out, and you know, reviews are positive, and everything's just been nothing but good. I've never run into stuff with Lured In that has like demotivated me to work on it. It's so clear to me working on these other projects that it's just smaller games are king, for me at least. I mean, some people really like working on big projects for a long time, but I can't stand the monotony of it. I really love to tackle new things all the time, you know? It's just so much more motivating. And the thing with small games too is like, if I have a good time with it, then I can just keep working on it if I want to. But then I don't have to worry about early access. It's just out and full release, and I can just leave when I'm ready to move on. It's just so much better. Yeah, I don't know. It's really complicated. Yeah, that's the thing is like, yeah, it's the early access. Is the wrench in everything. So I don't know. So yeah, Oscar, you're saying I feel like if you continue with TikToks, Larry can do way better. Yo, Hype Train, let's go. Thank you. Yeah, I probably will do some more videos, short form videos. I just wanted to take a little bit of a break. It's a lot of work to make those videos, so but I'll definitely come back to them and let everyone know that it's out. But yeah. Let's see. You did commit by having that, but also sanity. I know it's complicated. Yeah, Starground's not in full release yet. That's the thing. I think us as gamers / users are becoming more aware of the stress behind indie game stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. Oh yeah, your mod. I forgot about your mod. Yeah, you've been working on that for a long time. That'd be cool. Like you won't get canceled? I mean, it's true, yeah. I think I just need to give myself a compromise, you know? I think it's the way out of the pit of Starground is like, I don't want to just take the easy route and just abandon the game in early access, because that's not fair to everybody that's already spent money on it. But also I think if I try and like fully develop it to the extent of what my original outline was for things, I think that just wouldn't, I don't think it's going to happen. So I think it's one of those things where I need to just like say, this is now my plan. And like give myself a timeline so that I know there's like an out, you know, there's an end in sight. I think that's like the big thing, honestly. Yeah, I need to talk to Graham about stuff too, because I need to like get it all figured out. Yeah, it's just after a while, after so many years of working on the same thing, and it just being a constant like pain. Like it's just all the multiplayer and all the things stacked up. It's just not fun to work on, and that's why it's so hard. Have you ever made a full game and published it for free? I have not. No. I mean, I've done like game jams, but I wouldn't necessarily call those like full games. I mean, there's a bunch on itch, but yeah, that's why I panic about my PvP chess game. It's like I'm signing up to be signed up. Yeah, exactly. It's now I have that knowledge. I know, like, don't do a big game, because I've been through the consequences of large projects, you know? It's crazy. Project Zomboid Story Access, since yeah, that's insane. Working on the same game for over a decade is like wild. I mean, it's different if like your game is succeeding, right? I think that's a massive motivator, knowing that if you put time into this project, it is worth your time and you're making money and you can sustain yourself financially. Like that's a different situation, but Starground is not that situation, you know? Like I'm not making enough money to like sustain myself on Starground. So it's just, yeah, that's another reason why it's complicated. What is the thing to get to a full release? Like, what do you need? I mean, I think the big thing is probably just some sort of like ending to the game, you know, or some like win condition. It doesn't have to be like a hardcore ending. It could just be like something like Minecraft where there's like a poem or, you know, like a little like indicator that you've reached the end of content, I think is the big thing. Obviously you can keep playing after, but yeah, I don't know. Just one video on Starground to help a lot for marketing. I mean, honestly, I've done videos on Starground before, short form videos, and they don't really do very well. And like, it's not a surprise to me, honestly. I think I didn't do a very good job of determining the fantasy of Starground, right? That's the truth. And so it's really hard as an outsider to know what Starground is about. And it's hard for me to market it because of that. I think that's one of the big problems with Starground that it's always been. Yeah, don't overstress yourself with it either. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's just. Obsidian's peak. Obsidian's pretty awesome. Yeah, it's very nice. Yeah, what are the pros and cons between releasing now or sooner versus later? Well, pros of releasing right now, I'm free from my shackles. But big con, I go against myself, my morals. You know, that's the problem. I just don't think it would sit right with me if I abandoned my own game that people paid money for, you know? Because I've seen this on the other side too as a consumer all the time. And it just feels so like, it feels like you're being robbed. And I don't want to rob people. I don't want to be an evil game developer. So, don't scope creep. That is the answer. Yeah, don't scope creep. Very clear that taking a task, making it done, so you really just need to define that and wrap up. Yeah, that's what I need to do. It's just like lay down the law and say, this is what we're doing to finish Starground, and then do it, you know? I think that's it. I can rotoscope Starground guy dancing or doing game style, make that the ending. Yeah, that'd be awesome. God. You think the potential revenue of Starground could be more than what Lured In is giving now? I don't even know. I mean, it'll probably make a little bit more, but that's only short term. Like, I think long term Lured In, just the velocity and the concurrent player counts, I think Lured In will make more money than Starground, definitely. Because I mean, it's just numbers. Like over the past month, it's now just about reached the same profit as Starground in the course of 1 month. Right? So you're talking about over the next year, I think Lured In will make way more. So. Do you usually play your own games? I mean, I definitely do all the time just to test games and stuff, but it does reach a certain point where you've played it so many times and know it like the back of your hand. You just don't need to bother play testing every single new change that you do. Like, I don't really play through Lured In very often anymore because that's a big part of what playtesting is for getting feedback from people. And also, you get very biased. That's another problem with playing your own game. Is like, the first time you play through, maybe you can give yourself good feedback, but you really need random people messing with the game and, you know, to really know, is what you're doing good? Is it good or not, you know? So, yeah. A lot of people tend to wait until a game is out of early access. I mean, it's hard to say, though. From what I've seen, just looking at stats online, full release does not really incur like a massive bonus to income these days. Like, back in the day, that was much more true. But from what I've seen, just stats online, also from my publisher and, you know, his experience with releasing early access games, it's not going to be like a massive, a huge increase to revenue. Like, it's going to be a big chunk, but it's not going to like double the revenue or anything like that. So that's just kind of the truth of early access now. I don't know. I mean, if the potential is higher, there's a bell curve for how much money do I want to be comfortable to make games I want to be working on. Yeah, that's a big part of it too, right? And it's also, you got to think about the time ratio, like the time calculation. Like 1 month for 85,000 on Lured In versus 2 years for like whatever it is, 98,000 or something gross on Starground. So like, I mean, imagine yeah, it's just so much more time efficient to be working on Lured In. Well, I guess, yeah, you're talking, I mean, if you include development time too, then yeah, Starground's like almost like coming up on 3 years almost. You know, I started working on Starground at like December of 2023, so that's a long time. Yeah, I don't know. Or you can know the strategy too well and the players have no idea how to play it. Yeah, that's the thing, right? You become too experienced with your own games. So outsourcing your play testing to other people is just better for everybody, because you can spend more time as developer adding in content, and then people get to test your game, they get to have fun playing your game, and you get a more unbiased feedback from people, right? Why do you think Lured-In works so well? I think the big thing that I specifically tried to do with Lured-In, I mean, there's a couple things, but one big thing is the player fantasy. We have ads coming up soon, but it should be good on YouTube. Lured-In, it's very clear what you're doing, right? Like, you are running an aquarium. So I think that's a big help in marketing. I can describe this game very easily. And I don't think I can do the same with Starground, you know? It's really hard to describe the kind of game Starground is. So player fantasy is a huge thing. The other thing too is I did a lot of marketing for Lured-In with short form content and built up way more wish lists than Starground had before launch. So that was definitely a big help too in sales. And yeah, I spent less time on Lured-In too. I only spent like 6 months. So even that just alone is already like a success, right? So yeah, there's a lot of factors that go into it, but some of those things like that I think are really big, important parts about having a successful game. So yeah, I've done research and it just make something fun. Yeah, that's fair. Or making something fun is better than something fancy. Yeah, definitely. What is this pause thing? Can I hide this on my chat? Oh, there we go. Finally, it went away. Yeah, repetition is the #1 rule. I definitely think so. I mean, if you have a game concept that's like actually really fun to interact with, then, you know, that's a very promising sign for sure. Let's see. What if you like a game and it's not making any money? Like a game that you're developing or playing, or what side of it? You're saying like if you find a game out in the wild and it's not making any money? And kind of being like, I want to make this kind of game, but these kinds of games don't make very much money. Yeah, we got the game command. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of things. We don't have a Steam Link yet, no. But soon. I kind of want to get the Steam page, like, done very soon. Maybe next month. Excuse me. Yeah, every game is fun just for different people, exactly. I mean, everyone has their own tastes, right? But I think a big thing is if you're playing a game that's fun and it didn't do very well, it's probably the presentation, because that's a big thing, is like, how do you describe your game and how do you showcase your game? And I definitely did better with that with Lured-In. You know, you get to run your own cozy aquarium and travel far and wide, catch exotic fish, put them on display. I really focus on the actions of the player versus like the mechanics themselves, right? That's the big thing. It's like, what do you get to do? Not like what the game is. It's like, why do I play the game? What do I get out of playing the game? And it's the same with the whole description too, you know. You fish. You can show off your catches and put them in your tanks, and you can clean your tanks. You run your own business. You can decorate your building. Like, I could have described these things in a much worse way, you know? And luckily I didn't. I feel like. So ads are over. Sorry about that. I could have been like with fishing, like different mini games. Like, sure, there's different mini games, but like the way that I frame this is like the things that the mini games, like you're fishing versus just playing a mini game, right? And I could have described Lured In as just Lured In is an incremental game where you fish. Like, that's boring. That's a boring way to describe this game. So, but yeah, that's a big thing I'd say. Presentation does matter. And presentation doesn't necessarily just mean graphics. It's just the way that everything is described and the way it's portrayed to you. You know, and it's the same thing with a game like Schedule 1. Schedule 1 could have been described as a very boring game, but like read the description, you know, it like from small time dope pusher to kingpin, it's showcasing the progression, how you become more powerful and your empire grows and you manufacture and distribute, expand your empire, businesses, employees. It like sounds fun and cool. And that's an important, you have to spend time really working on that presentation. So, but yeah. Anyways. So you're saying, yeah, like, okay, like you're developing a passion project, but it doesn't work financially. I mean, that just comes down to your own internal desires. Like, if you're having a lot of fun working on something, but it's not making you money, you just have to decide, is my time spent enjoying this, you know, is it worth my time? And if you're having fun working on it, as long as you are not sacrificing your quality of life, you know, if you have a regular job and you can sustain yourself and you're having fun working on a game, then that's all that really matters. Then finances don't really have a big factor on anything. But yeah, with Starground, I don't have fun working on it and it doesn't make me very much money. So there's just very few reasons. So, but, and the big thing too, yeah, I was just about to say is like, it's also always a learning process. Like even though Starground, I don't like working on now, I still learned a lot of things working on Starground. So it's not a waste of time. Really the thing I'm debating is it a waste of time now? Not that it was. So that's sort of the thing. Yeah, there's a degree of class that says there was effort put in. Yeah, with descriptions and stuff like these, I definitely think so. Yeah, anyways, I do have to end stream. We've been going for too long, but yeah, always happy to answer questions about stuff. I mean, I wouldn't say that like Lured In is this massive, super successful project or anything, but you know, it's always like as a developer, you always look at everyone else and you're like, this guy's more successful than me. You know, I look at like the Sir, we have an orc problem game. And I'm like, man, I wish I was that successful. But then also on the other side, there are those same people looking at yourself and being like, I wish I was that successful. There's always somebody, you know, ahead and like behind, if that makes sense. And even just knowing how to program to some people is a massive thing. And some people like, that's so cool that you know how to program stuff. And that to them is like the ultimate desire. It's just not even any financial stuff, you know? So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. Like, it's always remember that, like, you know, appreciate the things that you have now. Because a lot of people also wish they were in your situation. That's always really important. So, hiring employees for Lured In 1.2, maybe. We'll see. I don't know. Do an update for 2.0 for Starground, release Starground 3D. Yeah, probably not. Yeah. course, doing pixel art and program is such a good combo. It is really nice being able to do your art and program at the same time because you can get things done really fast. So that's always a good thing. Yeah, anyways, let's find somebody to raid. Yeah, moral of the story, guys. Don't focus too much on what other people are doing. Focus on where you come from, right? So like, for example, I used to not be able to program at all, but now I can. And so I always think about that. Like, if I could have looked at where I am now 5 years ago, I would have been like, whoa, that's freaking insane. I can't believe that I made it, you know? So only compare yourself to who you used to be and not to other people who aren't you, because everyone has a different like journey toward reaching their goals, right? So it just doesn't make sense to compare. Anyways, let's see who's live. Oh no. Lunch for 1 hour. I was gonna go raid Lukey, but unfortunately. Small block boys doing stuff. Scary pastry is doing cool stuff. Oh goodness. A small block boy. Yeah, his game is coming along. Great small block boy. I kind of want to see how his stuff has been moving along. Okay, small block boy. Why can I not find his channel? Did he just go offline or something? Oh, it's spelled like small. Okay. Go start that raid. But anyways, thank you everybody for coming in. W stream, thank you, I appreciate it. Starground X Big Cross coming 2032, that'd be insane. Oh boy. Well, yeah, thank you gamers for coming in. Feel free to buy Lured In on Steam. Join the Discord if you want, and we will be working a lot more on Tactic Toe because it's really fun to work on. Yeah, I do appreciate everyone's help and stuff. I do think the plan for Starground is going to be like, just make a plan and just get it done, you know? And really cut scope as much as possible. So I'm going to start working on that. And yeah, try and do that. All right, bye everyone. We'll be live again Friday, 3:30 MDT. So bye gamers, bye everyone, bye bye.